Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to say welcome to the international seminar entitled 6th International Conference of Graduate School on Sustainability ICGS and 2nd International Conference in Social Science ICONISS. First, we would like to acknowledge the distinguished speakers for today's seminar, Professor Dr. Insinyur Suprapto, DEA, from 10 November Institute of Technology Surabaya, and the head of the Service Institution of Higher Education for Region 7 East Java Province, Professor Dr. Norma Omar from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Syed Hassan Al-Sagof from Islamic Development Bank, Singapore, Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek Kastamonu from Kastamonu University, Turkey, Professor Dr. Takasi Yasuno from Tokushima University, Japan, Professor Dr. Eko Prasojo from University of Indonesia, Associate Professor Kasi Zohak, PhD from Ural Federal University, and Professor Dr. Grahita Chandrarin, AKCA from University of Merdeka, Malang, and WCP Awardee 2021. And we would like to extend our warmest greeting to the head of our institution, the chairman of the Foundation of Merdeka Malang, the rectors and vice rector of University of Merdeka Malang, the director of postgraduate program, and the deans of the faculties, the honorable guests and participants of this seminar. My name is Andini Riswandini, and it is an honor to be your master of ceremonies for today's event. Before we begin with the seminar, I would like to introduce to you the agenda of today's event. First, we will begin the event by listening to our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Second, we will listen to the recitation of prayer. Third, a reporting speech from the conference chairman. Fourth, a welcome speech from the vice rector of the University of Merdeka Malang and opening the conference. Fifth, speaker's presentation. Sixth, break. 7, para session. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our main event, we would like to invite you to listen to the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please observe the proper decorum for the singing of the national anthem. Thank you. Now we will invite Professor Dr. Agus Salahuddin to lead our prayer recitation section.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of the International Conference, let us take a moment to pray to Allah. the most merciful, so that Allah give His blessing in this conference, and might it give us many benefits. We will lead the prayer in Islamic way. We are hoping that the other religion audiences would just. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan kathiran tayyiban mubarakan fihi ala kulli hal. Hamdan yuafi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lil karim wa adim sultanik. Oh Allah, the most merciful, to you belong all the praises in the morning. We are gathered here to do an international conference of graduate school on sustainability. We pray for you, oh Allah, for a healthy body and soul, an open mind and heart, to be able to receive useful knowledge, a blessed wealthy, all to serve you in this world. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan wasi'a wa amalan mutaqabbala wa shifaan min kulli da'in wa saqamin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Oh Allah, the ruler, every single thing on earth is your creation. You are the only ruler, the only protector, the one who has the biggest power, and all the universe, the world. We are praying for you. Please bless us with a bright mind, pure heart, a guided path, all to say thank to you by doing the best we want, to optimize our knowledge so that we could make a better world, to take care and to optimize our resources, to make a better society and stronger nation, so that we all could have a prosperous life with your mercy and blessings. Baldatun, tayyibatun, warabbun ghafur. Bismillahi ma sha Allah, la yasukul khaira illallah. Bismillahi ma sha Allah, la yasrifu su'a illallah. Bismillahi ma sha Allah, ma kana min ni'matin faminallah. Bismillahi ma sha Allah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billahil aliyil azim. Oh Allah, the most merciful, Allahumma a'inna ala dzikrika wa syukrika wa husni ibadatika. Please bless us with the ability to always remember you, by never stop doing dhikr to you, to always be grateful to all your blessing, and to do all the good deeds you have ordered us to do. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Professor Agus Salahuddin, for the prayer. May our events today will be blessed and run successfully. Next, we would like to invite the chairman of the conference. Please welcome Professor Dr. Bonaventura, MSI.
Well, Excellencies, keynote speaker and invited speakers, members of the steering committee, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th International Conference of Graduate School on Sustainability, ICGS, and the 2nd International Conference on Social Sciences, ICONISS. As we enter a new era of global democracy, more innovative governance practices will demand the attention of all disciplines, ensuring that the presence of professionals is always relevant to the complexity of challenges confronting nations in various parts of the world. This conference facilitates the interaction of thoughts and experience to explore sustainable innovations from the viewpoints, that is, public policy, economics, law, and technology, while promoting an interdisciplinary approach from a variety of views to enable the exchange of the best ideas and concepts. This academic event invites presenters from all around the world who wish to share their expertise and knowledge by offering a selection of high-quality keynote sessions with some eminent speakers as follows. Professor Dr. Suprapto from 10 November Institute of Technology, Surabaya, and also Chairman of LLDT 7, Indonesia. The second is Professor Norma Omar from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. The third is Professor Syed Hassan Al-Sagaf from Islamic Development Bank, Singapore. The followers is Professor Serkan Dilek from Kastamonu Universitas, Turkey. Next is Professor Takasi Yasuno from Tokushima University in Japan. Next is Professor Eko Prasojo from University of Indonesia. And Associate Professor Kasi Sohak from Ural Federal University of Russia. And the last is Professor Dr. Grahita Chandrarin, MSc, ICGS from University of Merdeka, Malang. The conference addressed several major issues, including the following. That is, the first, governance and democracy turned under global capitalism. The second is sustainable economics and business in the new normal era. The third is law and criminal justice. The fourth is digital ecosystem for sustainable engineering and technology. So, we would like to thank the Director of the University of Merdeka Malang, the Director of Postgraduate Program, the University of Merdeka Malang, to all plenary speakers, to all invited speakers, all presenters, and all participants. So it has been an incredible pleasure collaborating with all related parties, since it created such a good atmosphere and allowed us to honor intellectual achievement from benefit of future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bonaventura. Next, we would like to invite the Vice Rector of University of Merdeka Malang to give his opening speech and to open the conference officially. Please welcome Dr. Engineering Dwi Arman Prasetya, ST.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ohayo gozaimasu, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the University of Merdeka Malang, first allow me in this opportunity to welcome all today's international conference participants by first praying our grateful and praise to the Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, mercies that have made us possible to gather here in this conference in excellent condition and health. Secondly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the 6th International Conference of Graduate School and Sustainability, and also 2nd International Conference on Social Science. Moreover, I honorably would like to welcome all our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Suprapto, DEA from Institute Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya, and also Head of the Service Institution of Higher Education for Region 7, East Java Province, and Professor Dr. Syed Hassan Al-Sagaf from Islamic Development Bank from Singapore, and also Professor Dr. Norma Omar from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, and also Watashi no Sensei wa Professor Dr. Takasi Yasuno from Tokushima University, Japan. Thank you very much. And my best friend, Associate Professor Kasi Sohak from Ural Federal University, Russia. and Professor Dr. Eko Prasojo from University of Indonesia, and also Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek from Kastamonu University, Turkey, and also Professor Dr. Grahita Chandarin from University of Merdeka, Malang. Today, the world is facing many challenges, especially in this pandemic era. That is why we must address the sustainability, innovation to deliver improvement and efficiency in many kind of aspects. It is my hope that the 6 ICGS and also second ICO and ISS will be able to achieve their objectivities in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to advance knowledge, research, and technology, especially in sustainable innovation. We need to compromise and adapt with the new normal era to build a better life and to save society through the application of knowledge. This will include e-governance, economic and business, law, and digital ecosystem. Thus, the future generation will be able to cope with their needs. Furthermore, we should be clearly aware of the importance of interdisciplinary cooperation. We need to promote cooperation among the profession, natural and social scientists, and the public in the creation and application of knowledge for enhancing nation productivity and competitiveness. Finally, my deepest gratitude goes to Advisory Board, Organizing Committee, International Scientific Committee, institution, company, and volunteer who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this conference. The committee has organized a vibrant scientific program and has worked hard to present highly respected and international speaker in this international conference. So there be inconvenience that occur before, during, or after the event, on behalf of the University of Merdeka Malang, please accept our sincere apologies. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contribution to the nation advancement in the not too distant future. To all our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here and enjoy the conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Arman. Our honorable guests and participants, we finally begin with our main section today for today's event, which is the international seminar entitled 6th International Conference of Graduate School on Sustainability, ICGS, and 2nd International Conference in Social Science, ICONISS. Before we begin with our main event, I would like to thank you for joining us in Zoom meeting platform. You can also join us in our YouTube live streaming channel at Unmer channel. Please allow me to read the Zoom meeting instruction for the conference participant. All of the participants must have their camera on at all times during the conference. Please use the virtual background that will be provided in the chat box. If you have any questions, please feel free to interact with today's speaker. Please type in your questions to Zoom chat box. Kindly state your name, your organization, and affiliations. I'll read the questions after the presentation of each speakers. To start with the main event of this international seminar, I am pleased to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Suprapto, DEA, is a professor in chemical engineering based in 10 November Institute of Technology, Surabaya, ITS. He obtained his specialist degree in chemical industry and master degree in chemical engineering from ENSIC, Nancy, France, and he earned his doctoral degree in chemical engineering in INPL, Nancy, France. He has published 9 books to date and more than 20 articles in the International Journal of Chemical Engineering. He is the head of the Service Institution of the Higher Education for Region 7, East Java Province for the year of 2018 until 2022. He has received many awards and honors, including the Academic Leader Award from the Ministry of Research and Technology in 2019, and the APTISI Award as the chairman of the service institution that is highly committed in giving service to the private universities, and very cooperative in doing activities with other institutions in East Java for the year of 2020. He was the head of the expert team for the intellectual property rights for the Ministry of Education in the year of 2015 until 2019. He is an expert in the intellectual property rights and patent. He has conducted more than 100 seminars and workshops on that particular topic for more than 20 years in various cities all around Indonesia. The title of his presentation is, "Can a sustainable digital ecosystem for the environment be created?" Without further ado, Professor Suprapto, the platform is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning again.
Good morning, Professor Suprapto.
Good morning and greeting for all of us.
Thank you.
Chairman, Professor Bonaventura Narawo, MSI, and Rector of University of Merdeka Malang, Professor Unmer Sanusi, and Honorable Keynote Speaker, Associate Professor Kazi Sohag, PhD, Professor Syed Hassan Al-Sagaf, and Professor Dr. Sorkan from Kastamonu University, Turkey, and Professor Dr. Takasi Yasuno from Tokushima University, Japan, and Professor Dr. Eko Prasojo, our colleague from Indonesia, Universitas of Indonesia, and then Professor Norma Omar. Assalamualaikum, Professor Norma.
Salam.
Then Professor Hannah Buxbaum from Indiana University, and Professor Grahita Chandrarin, MSI Aka from Unmer Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, let us always express gratitude for all the blessing we have felt. The one we are most grateful for is the health, so that we can take part in this event virtually in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic situation, which still demand that we all follow health protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to share our presentation. Okay, I take a role of solid catalyst in the development of renewable energy based on biofuel. I will inform firstly my introduction, and then after that, I will give issue concerning biofuel, and then FAME, fatty acid methyl ester, continuing to Transesterification, and then shortly I will give concerning catalyst and solid heterogeneous catalyst, and after that I will give output and result in our research activity. As introduction, according to the projection of the World Energy Agency, IEA, until 2030, that world energy demand will increase by 45%, or an average increase of 1.6 per year. This is important to know. So far, most around 80% of the world's energy needs are supplied from fossil fuel. This is also important to know. And then global conditions show a trend where oil consumption continues to increase by around 70% by 2030. It is important to know, we know that the continuing of use of fossil fuel could impact on the depletion of the fossil fuel reserve and trigger some environmental program. So we developed certain case about non-fossil energy. The renewable energy will play an important role in maintaining and sustainability of the global energy system. Renewable energy has many advantages. We inform you that renewable energy has many advantages on environmental, also on social and economic development sustainable. As we know, some type of renewable energy, there are geothermal, wind energy, hydropower, solar energy, biomass, and biomass. So Indonesia has a huge abundance of biomass. And then I talked to this seminar concerning biofuel. I state that fossil fuel has some issues on trigger global warming and also accelerate greenhouse gas emission, GGA, and cause also air pollution, and also has some environmental issue. But concerning biofuel can mitigate climate change and reduce dependence of energy imports. And also global commitment to reduce greenhouse GGA emission. Biofuel can substitute conventional fossil fuel, as we know. And then biofuel, it will be local resource development support for small-scale producer and welfare also added value. And then we know biofuel significant cost saving in the transport sector. In our region, in our government, we have impressed number 25 in 26 regarding the supply and utilization of biofuel as a variant of fuel. And also we have peraturan pemerintah, governance rules number 5, concerning national energy policy, the development of biofuel. So Indonesia has regard some utilization of biofuel. Ladies and gentlemen, biodiesel as the main producer of biofuel in Southeast Asia. There are Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and also Malaysia. Vegetable oil, VUS, mainly CPO, crude palm oil, are the strategic resources to be developed because of its abundant availability in Indonesia, also in other Southeast Asia, Thailand, Philippines, and Malaysia. To overcome the problem of fuel oil deficit, Indonesia developed biodiesel from palm oil. Ladies and gentlemen, also we understand to develop biofuel via transesterification reaction. The world has developed and utilized biodiesel as an important channel for reducing greenhouse gas emission, GHG, also in Malaysia and other countries, increasing energy security, as we know, and promoting technological innovation, creating job opportunities, and developing regional economies. Concerning transesterification reaction, we have two ways to biodiesel production from renewable resources. I have pyrolysis and transesterification. About pyrolysis, the process transforming compound with high molecular weights, such as vegetable oil or animal, or into smaller and simpler compound through a process we call heating. But in transesterification, the transesterification, or we name alcoholysis, is a reaction of vegetable oil in which one of TG, triglyceride, react with 3 moles of short chain alcohol, preferably methanol, to produce 3 mole of methyl ester and 1 mole glycerol as reaction below. This is the vegetable oil, and this is methanol and methyl ester as a product, and glycerin for one other product. And how about catalyst for transesterification? This is important to know in our field on chemical engineering, that catalyst utilization has a role important for this reaction. Catalyst is substance that can accelerate the rate of chemical reaction. So without being changed or used up by the reaction itself. In some simple word, a catalyst is a substance that causes of a chemical reaction to happen more quickly. There are 2 types of catalysts. One is homogeneous catalyst, and the second is solid or heterogeneous catalyst. So we, in Indonesia, we develop solid or heterogeneous catalyst. The weakness of homogeneous catalyst, because homogeneous catalyst generate large amount of waste and has complicated separation process in the industry. And then homogeneous catalyst need chemical for washing or neutralization. And then with homogeneous catalyst using in the industry, produce side product. So, the advantage of solid catalyst, we can take first that solid catalyst is have environmental friendly, no waste, and then easy to separating of catalyst end product. No need chemical edit during process, and finally we have lower production costs. In our activity, 5,000 in 2010, 2021, we have research activity study of methyl ester production from palm oil with solid catalyst. So all our research activities develop solid catalyst, an EMO catalyst, double promoted solid catalyst, and production from biodiesel from used cooking. And then we develop also synthesis of zinc oxide-based heterogeneous parasite composite catalyst for transesterification reaction of Gasambi oil. So all of our research is develop solid catalyst. We inform you, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate our result. There is interesting to know that utilization of solid catalyst increase biodiesel yield, single promoter CAO, etc., double promoter CAO, KI, etc., increase biodiesel yield. We utilize a process condition reflux methanol and using 65 degrees Celsius. So the ultimate result is that utilization of solid catalyst will increase the biodiesel yield. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some patent about solid catalyst in Indonesia, metode pembuatan katalis padat berpromotor ganda in patent number P00204805915, and then how metode permurnian minyak goreng bekas serta penggunanya untuk memproduksi biodiesel. There is 2 patent especially for solid catalyst, and several publication in journal, Elsevier, Springer, etc. I want to indicate here. Also IUP Publishing, and then IUP Publishing in Kuala Lumpur, and also Trans Technology Publication Limited in Switzerland as publisher. And also we made take in conference proceeding in the last 5 years in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in Shanghai, China, and then in Tunisia, and Thailand, Pattaya, and Berlin. So we have several results concerning utilization and development of solid catalyst to produce renewable energy biofuel. This is my presentation shortly. And I hope this forum can become forum for knowledge transfer between me and you all. And thank you very much for time give me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Suprapto, for a very insightful presentation. Now I will open the Q&A session. I will read 2 questions from the audience. Okay, I have 1 question here from Ibu Dr. Parawiyati. Can you please give direction on how higher education can prepare human resources in order to deal with the renewable resources or sustainability of environmental issues for bachelor program and also for the graduate program, Professor?
The second question, continue please.
Second questions, 1 more for Pak Dani. How to implement Indonesia's commitment to the Paris Agreement, considering Indonesia's condition as the 6th largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world and the largest contributor to forests based on emission. While we know Indonesia is the largest coal exporter, Indonesia is also the largest thermal coal exporter in the world, exporting around 400 million tons in 2020. So he asked about how to implement Indonesia's commitment in the Paris Agreement, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. The question from Parmiata, nggih?
Bu Dr. Parah, iya. Parawiyati.
Thank you very much. For our student, we should step by step how to learn about the reaction. This is important to our student. So our teacher, our professor should give small step by step to our student to make to know the knowledge of solid catalyst and connected to how to develop our renewable energy based on biofuel. This is to my answer to first question. And to second question, we should to give to our government how to implement especially to give our production of biofuel to eliminate or to reduce concerning Paris Convention, etc., etc. So we have to support, we have to push our government. This is my answer to the second question. Thank you very much.
You are most welcome, Professor Suprapto. If I may sum up your answer for the first question, we as a lecturer, as a professor, should introduce about the renewable energy to the students. Like you mentioned just now in your presentation, you introduced about the how to recycle the oil, right? And then the second one, we should get the government to make the industry to reduce the gas emission. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Suprapto. As a token of gratitude, please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to you.
Thank you very much.
You are most welcome.
Merci beaucoup, and in Madura, Sakalangkong.
Sakalampong. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Sakalampong. Is it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Professor Suprapto. Now I will move on to our second speaker, Professor Dr. Syed Hasan Al-Sagaf. Professor Dr. Syed Hasan Al-Sagaf is a senior Islamic microfinance specialist in Islamic Development Bank. He has designed and managed a portfolio of projects amounting to more than $780 million in countries including Indonesia, Bangladesh, Maldives, Albania, Jordan, Egypt, and Yemen, mainly in the fields of economic empowerment, Islamic microfinance, community-driven development or CDD, and integrated rural development. He also structured the SME Fund for Saudi Arabia and was seconded as a lead consultant for equity programs to Enterprise Qatar. He has been invited to speak about Islamic microfinance in various international conferences and workshops, including in Albania, Cambodia, Egypt, Indonesia, Jordan, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, and USA. He also worked closely with entrepreneurs under the Action Community for Entrepreneurship, or ACE, a public and private sector movement which looked at ways to improve the business climate in Singapore. Syed Hasan is a chartered professional in Islamic finance and holds a master's in Islamic finance practice from the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance. He graduated with an honors degree in business management from the Singapore Management University. The title of his presentation is Economic Empowerment Using Islamic Microfinance, Prospect and Challenge on Sustainable Economic Development. Without further ado, Professor Syed Hasan Al-Sagaf, the platform is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Bonaventura Ngawala, Professor Anwar Sanusi, distinguished panel speakers, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let me share my screen. So today I'll share some experiences on how Islamic microfinance or Islamic finance can be a very powerful tool in poverty alleviation, in job creation, and on a sustainable manner. Can you see my screen? Let me just put it on to...
I can see the screen, Professor.
Yep. Okay, great. Okay. All right. So as we know, poverty alleviation, job creation is a very youth unemployment is a very critical aspect of many of our member countries, especially those member countries in the IDB, in the OIC group. 13 member countries have poverty rates above 30%. Many of the people of working age are not able to gain access to jobs. And there is a rise in youth unemployment in OIC. And we are, in many countries in the OIC, they're struggling in terms of poverty alleviation, in terms of job creation. So what is the answer to that? And whether do we, in Islamic finance, would that be a good answer? Is there an answer to that? I was invited to Kenya by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and on their invitation, I went to Kenya. It was actually about digital finance for me to learn about digital finance. But then I found out that they had conducted a research in Kenya, and they invited me to a meeting to find out a bit more about the findings of the research and to give my comments on it. So the research was to find out whether credit provided by Islamic financial institutions in the East Africa region are a more effective means of promoting poverty alleviation or SME development. And they did the methodologies, they did a desk research of Islamic finance. They interviewed 10 Islamic banks, and this was done by researchers, not Islamic financial practitioners, but rather by researchers from the IBM Research Center in Kenya. And this was the findings, and I was present for that. They said that more than 80% of the financing provided by Islamic banks are through murabaha, no substantial difference between how financing is conducted from conventional, other than there's some changes in terms of legal documentation, how this is carried out, in terms of terminology. We use profit rate and not interest rate and so on. And they concluded in front of me saying that Islamic finance is, at the end of the day, you know, it's not real. It's basically conventional finance clothed in a different form. So this was the basically the conclusion. And now, as you know, as all the participants, I would like to ask ourselves this question: do you agree that Islamic finance is different in form, but not in substance? And in different groups, even within the communities, some practitioners even say that yes, Islamic finance is different in form and is enough. The difference in form makes a difference in some way, and hence we don't, you know, even though it's not different in substance, it's good enough. This is what is required. Or do you say that no, Islamic finance is different in form and in substance, meaning that there is a different, unique value proposition, right? So yes, we know that conventional finance provides, you need money, I can give you a loan, you can go to a bank, you can get a loan, and you get some loan, you can get some benefit from that loan in advance, but you have to pay interest, and we know how that works. But what's the difference in Islamic finance? Is there a unique value proposition, right? Or is just merely changing the formality in terms of the legal documentation? So what was my response during that meeting? This was what I shared. And you know, during the Q&A, you can ask this question, and whether you disagree or agree with me, yeah, we can discuss on it. So I explained that Islamic finance is measured on a spectrum. Sharia compliance is the minimum requirement of Islamic finance, but it is not the end all. You can go beyond Sharia compliance. It's not the gold standard. We can be better than Sharia compliance. Among Islamic financial institutions, Islamic microfinance institutions have been shown to be the most successful in tackling poverty elevation by generating value to the poor, which would not be possible under the conventional methodology. And hence, I told them the methodology, the research was basically flawed because they talked to Islamic banks. And they did not really go to microfinance institution where the target was, you know, the clients were the poor. So I explained how actually Islamic microfinance institutions have been successful in comparison to Islamic banks. And I'll share some of these examples during this meeting. So you can see that whenever we, IDB, we are given an institution, we say, okay, IDB, please provide some financing to this institution. Usually it's a conventional interest-based solution, right? Even if they are from member countries, many of these institutions are conventional. So we need to move them to be Sharia compliant. So this is the journey that we bring the financial institutions. Start off is conventional MFI, they are possibly harmful. Then we transform them to be Sharia compliant, they do no harm. We prevent them from harm, and then slowly we move them towards actually empowering communities by going beyond Sharia compliance. And this is by actually conducting trading and conducting investment, doing business with their clients. This is how the institutions can do that. So Sharia compliance, I'll explain how it actually puts some measures to do no harm. And when you go beyond that, but if you just stop there, then you're limiting the benefit or the value of Islamic finance. If you go beyond Sharia compliance, you can actually help the poor, and you are actually benefiting the poor. This is the challenge of what we do, right? A lot of the communities, they talk about financial inclusion, just give insurance, savings, financial education, loan, and that's good enough. But we want to go beyond, and our objective is to help the financial institutions to put on not as a financier hat, but rather as a business hat, as a business person's hat, and hence they need to consider the poor as an economic actor. They need to help the clients to actually gain access to relevant markets find out business opportunities, do the infrastructure, appropriate funding is just one aspect of the whole value chain. Do partnerships with bigger clients, between the small and the large clients to help them prosper together and to build capacity. All this is required to help to grow a business. And this is something that we have learned over the years. So microcredit institutions, we know they provide arm's length loans, the difference, right? Conventional give a loan, they don't know how the loan is utilized. They don't know, they only know maybe you give it to a person, an agriculture farmer growing carrots, but beyond that, how he uses the money, they have no idea. They charge interest, it's a creditor-debtor relationship, right? I lend you money, you are below me because I have the money, you are borrowing money from me, and hence I am the creditor, you are the debtor. You are indebted to me because you are borrowing my money. This is the type of dynamics you have. Whereas in Islamic microfinance institution practicing economic empowerment, you engage in the value chain. You conduct trade and investment. And hence, for that reason, then you can charge a markup or you do any profit sharing, and you treat your clients as business partners. So this is the substantial difference between what a conventional institution does and what an economic empowerment institution practicing Islamic microfinance does. How do you do in actual terms? I'll go into a little bit about the terminology. When you say murabaha, it's a buy and sell contract, right? In this case, a murabaha, if you want to buy seeds or you want to buy fertilizer, the financial institution will buy on your behalf and you will sell it to the farmer, and they will increase the price of the fertilizer as part of the purchase agreement. Now, in this arrangement, right, if the financial institution uses murabaha, can he negotiate with the supplier to have lower prices? And then even if he add on that profit margin, which he has to do to be sustainable, then that add-on might even be less than the negotiated price that he's able to generate for it. And hence, you can actually measure the value add. In the other side of the value chain, salam, which is actually an advanced purchase. So a farmer talking about palm oil, let's say the farmer buys palm oil in advance, right? After 6 months, the palm oil will then be produced, and now the financial institution will then have to sell. He's receiving thousands of liters of palm oil. How he wants to make money, he has to sell it to a buyer. And so it is on this side of the value chain, on the buyer side of the value chain. And in this case, he can go and negotiate with the buyer to get a higher price for the client, and he can share some of these benefits to the client. So again, this is where the farmer, a poor small farmer, will not be able to negotiate with big suppliers of fertilizer and seeds. A farmer will not be able to negotiate with big buyers or processors of palm oil, but a microfinance institution or a bank can do that. And we have seen how successful they've been able to do that. Once they are comfortable with trading, doing negotiating with their suppliers and the buyers, they can go beyond. Now they can actually invest with the clients, and we have seen this happening. And this is where you have the equity type instruments. Again, I'll go to musyarakah, mudarabah, which are the terminology for those type of arrangement, where you actually invest in the client. So you put in money in the arrangement. There's a joint equity. You put in money, and then the client will work on the venture, and there will be a profit sharing arrangement, 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, depending on what is the agreement like. And in such an arrangement, you can lose the money as a financier. So you can't just give the money and not know how the money is used. So you need to help the client to gain access to markets, know-how, fair prices, skilled labor, technology. It's a true partnership with the client. And this is what we want to encourage. This is even riskier, but it can generate even higher returns. And I'll give an actual, calculated example of how this can be done, and you compare it between a murabaha and a conventional type of arrangement. So in this case, you have a client that needs to buy $1,000 of fertilizer and seeds. He expects to sell the crop to a buyer at 1,500. He negotiates with the supplier and gets a 30% discount. So 30% of 1,000 is 700. So you can see that in negotiated price, the client after he puts in, after MFI from 700, he adds 30% profit rate. So $1,500, which is the amount that he sells it for, minus $910, this is $590 is the profit earned by the client. The MFI earns the 30% profit here. Whereas if a conventional interest rate, the client will earn from 1,500 minus 300, he will earn only 250, and the MFI will earn still 30% of the principal loan that you have earned. So you can see that the client will be able, you can actually measure the impact, measure the difference in how the financial institution has helped the client by negotiating with the supplier to help it to generate interest. Another example in terms of equity, right? So a farmer entered into Mudarabah agreement. The profit of the venture is $1,000 over 1 year, and the arrangement is 60% profit to the MFI, 40% to the farmer. And you can actually measure what is the opportunity cost of the salary and what is the poverty line. You put at $2 a day. You can see that the profits earned by the client, you can measure 40% out of $5,000 is $2,000. Profits earned by the client is $2,000 divided by 1,200 is 1.67. You can see how much he can actually benefit over and above the opportunity cost, and how much he has actually helped the client to come out of poverty divided by $2 a day. So we can actually measure the impact again. How much the client earn, how much that the bank earn. This is the profit sharing type of arrangement that you can do. So unlike conventional microfinance, we can actually measure the impact of the intervention done by Sharia, by Islamic financial institutions, but they must go beyond Sharia compliance. If they don't go beyond Sharia compliance, then you will probably see similar impact, because they don't help the client at the end of the day. The value is at the end of the day just the credit plus some additional mitigation factors that has been put in place to prevent the client from getting any harm from the credit, from being over indebted of the loan. So this is the difference from just being Sharia compliance. You prevent it from over indebtedness, but if you go beyond Sharia compliance, you actually help the client to come out of poverty. And our goal here is to come up with business models, right? How do you do this? Whether this is some of the business models that we have learned from our financial institutions. Some of them, what they do, they have a linking business to markets model. So the clients have a lot of produce, they do salam financing, and they sell it to the buyers, which are also their larger clients in the markets. They can also develop an agriculture company, invest and start an agriculture company as an investor. They can do partnership with a lead firm. So large companies, we've had partnerships with Danone, with large firms, whereby these companies actually guarantee and help to purchase the products from smallholders, smaller businesses. And we also had some examples where the private sector started incubators. So they would have an example was, I think I would be covering this example. So I'll cover this example. So I'll explain later on. On the example relating to the lead partnership with a lead firm, we had this example of, for the example of the incubator, we have this example in Egypt where the Adel Khair. So Adel Khair is an NGO, is a private sector. They started an incubator, and instead of building many companies, many farms, what they did was they get poor women to join the farms. They taught this woman this woman received financing from IDB to purchase 5-6 cows. Over the period of 9 months, this woman are being trained how to fatten the cows by Adil Khair. And Adil Khair will then, after 9 months, the cow will be fattened and they will sell, because they have access to markets. They will sell the cows to their buyers. And after 9 months, the share of the profits will be given to the woman, and the woman will exit from the incubator, and another set of women will join the incubator. When the woman graduate from the incubator, they will receive financing, they will start a small business near their home, and they have the skills, they can do small business of fattening the cow, and they can still sell the cow to the Adil Khair if they do not find any alternate buyer. So this is the arrangement. We had a partnership between Adil Khair, which is had expertise in fattening the cows. We had the young woman. This is a picture of the young woman who joined who are from a very poor region in the rural areas. And also Ms. Mida, which is our executing agency, which provided the financing. So this is a tripartite arrangement where Ms. Mida provided the funds, Adil Khair provided the financial, the expertise, and the woman provided the labor to make this business a success. And we have had now, so far, we had like 6-7 rounds of that has happened over the years, and they've expanded the financing and to more and more women over time. The second example I'll share is the Hibel Khair. Here again, the example with lead partnership with lead firm, where in this case the lead firm is Delis Danone. So here in this case, Delis Danone provided the training to the poor farmers who had cattle, but they want to make sure that they produce the right milk, the high quality milk. The Zituna Tamkin provided the financing to the farmers. The farmers will then sell the milk in collection centers, which will then be purchased by Delis Danone, and Delis Danone would pay Zituna Tamkin, and Zituna Tamkin would pay the remaining of the profits to the farmers. So the farmers know whenever they produce, there is a buyer. There is a buyer, and at the same time, they also obtain the training by Delis Danone to ensure that the quality of the milk is of high standard. So this is the type of innovation that we are doing in IDB. And alhamdulillah, we've received several awards. The Ethical Finance Innovation Challenge Awards we received in 2014 for IRADA, and a different project which I had no time to share with you. Also Center of Excellence in Islamic Microfinance for Albania, Best Agricultural Rural Finance Product. And also Zituna Tamkin, the example that I showed you just now, also won an award. And the Adil Khair project was lauded last year in the Paris Peace Forum, having been selected among 850 applicants to be showcased. How do we do this? Well, we have published recently, about 2 months ago, toolkits, 3 toolkits. One is the Economic Empowerment Design Toolkit. How do you design a project, an economic empowerment project? This is one toolkit. We go through the whole process of doing value chain assessment, feasibility study, and so on. We also have the second toolkit is on monitoring and evaluation. How do you measure the impact? I gave you some examples, but we went through very detailed in this particular toolkit, how to do the different indicators, from financial indicators, social indicators, and economic empowerment impact indicators. The third toolkit is on the Islamic financial product implementation toolkit. So how do you do murabaha? How do you do salam? How do you do musharaka, ijara, musharaka mutanakisa? All these interesting terms, they are all there explained in a very simplified way, with different templates of how to put it in, legal templates, accounting templates, Sharia compliant checklists. All of them is there in those toolkits. So you can download them freely from our website, and I give the links below. So thank you so much. That's all. And I look forward to any discussion or Q&A. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Syed Hasan Al-Sagaf, for the very insightful presentation. Okay, now I will move on to the Q&A session. We receive a lot of questions actually. It's a very interesting topic about the Islamic microfinance. Let me read the questions. Okay, the first one is from Dr. Sukardi. Mr. Syed, what is the most important factors to determine the success to provide money for the poor? Number two, how your bank collaborate with the traditional or local association axis, including the poor woman, to obtain return? The Poor Traditional Women Association, I think, yeah, he was asking about that, yeah, to obtain the return.
Sorry, so the first question is on what is the main
factors, yes, to
main
provide
factors
money for the poor.
To provide money for the poor, especially when it comes to poor traditional women associations.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Second question.
Oh, all right. Then I'll read the second questions. According to you, what are the prospects for Indonesia with Islamic microfinance, while Indonesia is facing an economic condition that tends to be strong in oligarchy?
Okay. All right. No, thank you. Those are great questions. So the first question is a very important question relating to what are the factors. Now, in the conventional world, when we talk about providing credit, the notion is that if you give a poor person credit, I've heard this many times, just give them credit, let them do what they do, they will survive. These people are survivors and all that. And I don't believe in this. It's too simplistic, right? And I think time and evidence has shown this is not the case. When I was in the SME Development Agency, Spring Singapore, we never believed that providing money to people or small businesses and businesses will suddenly thrive. It's one factor, but you have to also help them in providing capacity building, providing technology, providing good practices. All these are very important. So if we expect this, and this is the understanding in the SME space, right? We need to help our SMEs to grow. But we don't have the same understanding for a really poor person, which face even higher barriers to overcome in terms of their ability to negotiate with people, their ability to gain access to markets. They have so much more difficulty compared to SMEs who have a lot more access and partners with people who are well networked and so on. So we need to help, people like the poor associations of women, group them up. It's difficult to do this if it is individual, right? Because you have one person, you want to provide that one person training, you want to provide that one person, help them to gain access to market. It's difficult. So our approach has always been to group them into associations. Now, as a group, how can we help this group prosper by having a business? By having a business and help that business to give it the best chance of success by not just providing the financing, but also making sure they get cheaper access to suppliers by doing negotiation, by helping them to get better buyers so that when they sell, they get better prices. And in this way, then we can really help someone who's poor to earn more money and to come out of poverty. So this is basically this is the formula. It's simple, it's easy to understand, but it's not so difficult. It's not so easy to implement, and you need a lot of people to work together to help and partner in this effort. And I understand that Indonesia has done a lot of good work in this, right? You have the BMTs, Baitul Mal Tamils, You have the associations where you have one product, one village, one product type of concept, one kelurahan, one product, or sometimes they call it, what is this called? One school, not madrasah. They call it, yeah, one product. So they have one area where they have a particular product and they develop a business around that product. And this is actually something that we did in the ICDD, Integrated Community Driven Development Project. And this is where we worked with the government of Indonesia. We developed 10 business development centers. We had microfinance institutions at the kelurahan level. And then we decided that after the next phase, we developed business development centers to help purchase from these kelurahans to sell them to the regional governments, to sell them to Jakarta, to sell them among themselves. And this is what is happening. So this, alhamdulillah, has taken place, and it's growing from 10. We hope to continue to replicate that further. So the prospects, coming to the second question, the prospects for Islamic microfinance in Indonesia is very strong, actually. You have the foundations, you have the understanding of Islamic finance, you have the grassroots efforts to do this. Now, what you need to do is to help to put in perhaps technology platforms, put in some platforms where you help these poor people to gain access to markets. Now everyone is buying online. How can you get someone to put, we are now thinking, how can you get someone to actually open a shop on Bukalapak or any other platforms that will help the client, the poor person, to be able to sell on that platform. How do you manage all these logistics? So these are some of the ideas you need to come up together, as partners, and to look at ways of how we can support these small businesses, get them, aggregate them, and support them to grow.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Syed Hasan Alsaqaf. So actually, for the community, we need to help them, to group them together. Like you were saying, we need to go beyond the Sharia compliance so we can engage in the value chain. That's how to help them.
Absolutely.
And
Exactly.
we have one more comment from Professor Norma. She said, I can see that the facilitation role, example, linking the borrowers to the whole supply chain of MFI is very crucial to the success of Islamic microfinance. However, not many MFIs are doing that. Some are just lender, as in other financial institutions. Your comment, please.
No, absolutely. This is our main challenge. Some MFIs are just too comfortable playing the role of a lender, and they don't want to go beyond that. And it's their right to decide. And our challenge at IDB is to convince them, if you want our financing, you have to follow and you have to go beyond this. But it's not easy. I can tell you that it's not easy. What we can have seen, and from the data that we have seen, is that if a financial, more and more people, it's a demonstration effect. If we have a financial institution that does this, you can see that, number one, they start to be more competitive. So if I need money to go and buy seeds, I can either go and get a loan from a conventional or MFI, Sharia compliant MFI, for $1,000, or I can go and buy seeds from a person doing value chain financing and negotiate for $700. So ultimately, I know, go with the one that's selling 700. They will be more competitive. This is number one benefit. If they engage in the value chain, they will be more competitive in the market. The second benefit is we realize that the financial institutions are now more aware of the risks of the financing they're providing. Previously, they will just, give the money, $1,000. Okay, I don't know what you're going to do with the $1,000. I'm going to ask for your car, your land, your house as collateral, and then at the same time, I'm going to ask for your mother's guarantee, your father's guarantee, all sorts of things to ensure that you pay me back. Because I don't know what you're going to do with the $1,000, right? But if they know what they're going to do with the $1,000, they are more confident. And we've seen this. They start to relax the collateral requirements. And when they relax the collateral requirements, they have more and more people have the ability to gain, so the market size grows. So these are two benefits that we see. But of course, it takes some challenge to explain this to a financial institution. Sometimes they're still very much ingrained. This banker's mentality is very ingrained. No, I can't do this. There are many. So yes, these are some of the challenges, but you must also explain what are the benefits. If you do this properly, you can really be more competitive and expand the market size.
So there is challenges, but also actually there is benefits as well.
Absolutely.
Actually, it's a very interesting topic, Professor Syed Hasan Al-Sagaf. We received many questions, but because of the time limit, we cannot take any more questions. I wish you can be with us for another session for the guest lecture. It is very good for our university. A lot of the participants would like to ask you more about this concept.
My pleasure.
Yes, but for today, thank you very much. A very insightful presentation. I learned a lot from you. I learned a new concept that I just heard, like murabaha and salam practice, musyarakah, mudarabah, or joint practice. So I would like to learn more. I believe everyone also would like to learn more. So now, as a token of gratitude, please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You are most welcome. Thank you again, Professor Syed Hasan Al-Sagaf. Now I will continue with our third speaker, Professor Dr. Norma Omar from UiTM Malaysia. Professor Dr. Norma Omar is a member of two globally renowned professionally accountancy bodies, Certified Practicing Accountants, CPA Australia, and Certified Management Accountants, CMA Australia. She is the former director of the Accounting Research Institute, ARI, a global higher institution center of excellence, ICOE, which is recognized and funded by the Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. In recognition of her expertise, she has been funded by several international agencies such as the Japanese Society for the Promotion of Science, the Turkish government Mevlana program, and Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, DFAT, to participate in international cooperative research projects. Prof. Norma has been invited to give keynote addresses at many international conferences in countries such as Australia, Japan, Taiwan, China, Indonesia, USA, Philippines, India, Bangladesh, Qatar, Thailand, New Zealand, Tunisia, UAE, South Africa, and Singapore. As an academic, she has written a lot of articles in reputable international journals. She has also authored several books on corporate governance, corporate integrity, and financial criminology. She has been appointed as a visiting scholar or professor at several universities such as University of Merdeka, Malang, Indonesia, Institute of Public Enterprise, India, University of Pretoria, South Africa, University of Bolton, UK, and the University of Tasmania, Australia. Professor Norma is currently the Deputy Chairman and Founding Committee member of the Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, APMAA, which is based in Japan. In 2019, she was awarded with the prestigious GIFA Lifetime Achievement Award for 2 consecutive years. In 2018 and 2019, Prof. Norma received the Womanly Award by Cambridge IFA UK and named the top 10 most influential woman in Islamic business and finance. The title of her presentation is Social Innovation and the Governance of Non-Profit Organization. Without further ado, Professor Norma Omar, the platform is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I feel very honored to be able to join this conference today, despite the fact that it is online. Yeah, maybe when the pandemic is over, then I wish to go and visit University Merdeka Malang again. Yeah, so I think it is such an honor. Okay, I'm going to talk about social innovation and the governance of non-profit organization. Yeah, in fact, I do a lot of research on non-profit organization and linking such organization, if they are not careful, they are not being governed carefully, linking them to some form of financial criminology. And worse, some are also involved in money laundering. Yeah, so it is a bit off. Yeah, I know. Then when we talk about non-profit organization, is always something nice. It's always something kind. But I think we also must make sure that we take care of this organization so that it will produce the outcome that is intended. Yeah. So I was looking at social innovation, which is actually the theme of this conference. Yeah. In fact, it is the process of developing, according to Stanford University, is the process of developing and deploying innovative and effective solutions to challenging both social and environmental issues. Yeah. So in fact, some of the things that has been mentioned, is actually energy. Yeah, these are some of the world's most pressing problems: energy, water, education, health, and poverty. Yeah. So based on that, I also looked at a book written by Haruo Takeda from Hitachi on a book titled SDG and the Social Innovation. Where he mentioned that actually what makes this social innovation different is because of the market in innovation, and using very aggressively disruptive technologies, such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and whatever that they do. So these are some of the disruptive technologies. In fact, when we look at some of these technologies today, if let's say, for example, there is no internet, I think suddenly we find that we can be so restless that we are not able to participate in this disruptive technology. So you can see these are some of the things. With the aim is being very noble. Trying to get money, fundraising to help the poor, for example, to help alleviate poverty in some countries or in some villages. The aim is very noble. So crowdfunding through all these technologies are very common. So basically people try to get funding through this social media and Facebook. So these are all online donation campaigns that you can see quite easily everywhere. And then you also see a lot of social work being shared, through social media, like Facebook. I think you can see, like in Facebook or in Instagram, they will send pictures and photos of activities they do on social work. Which is actually very good, and I think good documentation. But I think again, we should focus on how to govern this so that at the end of the day, we are able to achieve the intended purpose of doing all this social work. So who are actually the champions of this social innovation? So basically, previously, traditionally, it is two sectors, which is actually the public sector, the government, and the private sector. But of late, there is a third sector. In fact, some countries have recognized this third sector. So who are actually this third sector? In fact, now the third sector is so huge, yeah, that in some countries it is bigger than the public and the private sector. So these are some examples, yeah, of the non-profit organization. It could be religion related, it could be NGOs, it could be trade union, it could be professional organization, yeah, it could be cooperative, mutual trust, it could be public society, charitable organization, environmentalist, art, culture, yeah, these are. So you can see the non-profit organizations are growing every day, yeah, even bigger. One day it can be bigger. In fact, I think an economic statistic in the UK had predicted that maybe one day the non-profit organization or the third sector is huge, that it could provide a better contribution to the economy and the country's GDP. Yeah, maybe they will be able to provide job because you know, even things like social enterprises. Yeah, the aim is actually to provide job and to self-finance the social work and all this. Yeah. So who are these non-profit organizations? As I mentioned, yeah, they are there. They are established for the beneficial purpose, the purposes, and assume their employees, especially senior management, to share the organization philanthropic mission. So normally, I think when we form a non-profit organization, we have a very good intention, and therefore, in our mind, people who are working with us, they are also the same. Yeah, but then again, I think we have to remember we are only humans. If you talk about financial crime has no religion, has no country, has no race, has no gender. Yeah, so we need to be very mindful of these people. I'm not trying to undermine the purpose of non-profit organization, but I think it is very crucial as a philanthropy, for example, that we should also be aware of the need to have proper governance of these non-profit organizations. Okay, therefore, because of that, yeah, that trust, yeah, so non-profit organizations tend to be more trusting of their employees and therefore have less stringent financial control for their organization, yeah, in comparison to profit counterparts. So you can see if it is a profit organization, everything is to be documented and to be accounted for. But in the cases of non-profit organization, obviously are more lax. Yeah, and for that reason, non-profit embezzlement cases, yeah, and other form of employee fraud occur at a much alarming rate, yeah, especially now with the pandemic. Yeah, even the collection of the COVID-19 money has been embezzled by some of the organizations. Yeah? So typically, this is a non-profit organization chart. So you have a board of directors. Yeah, this is a proper one, and not to mention there are smaller ones that do not have board of directors. But typically, in a medium to big organization, so they will have a board of directors, and then the executive director and some staff members, and the rest of the people are volunteers. So the question is actually, how do we put the governance element in this so that everyone is accountable and again, the intended purpose of the setting up of this non-profit organization are met with accountability and transparency. Yeah. So there are some some models. Yeah, I found a few. I know that Australian Institute of Company Directors, they have produced a model. They have published this model, and if let's say companies people want to adopt, I think they can just have a charity commission for England and Wales. Even in Singapore, they even have a charity portal that people can make a reference. So therefore, I think globally, or even in this region, if we are going to have this non-profit organization running this social innovation, I think it is very crucial that we find the best model for these non-profit organizations. Yeah? What is actually the concept of social governance? Yeah? So there is a concept, I think in your team, you also touch on social governance. Yeah? So, so in here, I was looking at this concept of social governance. There are three things, yeah. Like number one, social governance is to find ways to optimize the manner in which society works. Yeah, so the aim is actually how to optimize society values through these champions of social innovation. And normally social governance is premised on the guiding principle that it can be measured and managed. Yeah? And then social governance has dual focus. Number one is to achieve the organization's social mission, and number two, to ensure that the organization is viable. So free from crime, free from all these unethical activities. That is actually a very important thing. So I was looking at this book, on Social Governance 101. Okay, you can get this from this link, contentv.com. And right at the introductory remark, I read here, quote, the social media landscape, because social innovation, we use a lot of disruptive technology. So it says the social media landscape is a deep ocean of wondrous opportunities for businesses. But there are plenty of sharks in those waters. Yeah, so for every opportunity to innovate and excel in social media, there's the opportunity to drown as well. So you can see when the concept of social media, social governance was introduced, there is what we call it, there is a wait and see kind of situation. Yeah, there is opportunity, but there's also risk involved. Yeah, therefore, I think we need to mitigate this risk so that the opportunities is optimized. I think that's what we are saying under social governance. Yeah. So there are, of course, a lot of published non-profit and charity scandals. Yeah, I just mentioned to you a few. In fact, you can just Google and find the detail of it. But I'm not aiming to tell the story about this scandal. But let's say, for example, in Canada, we have WP Charity and MADD Canada. But in short, you can see what the kind of crime involved was the abuse of protection. When they receive donation, either through online or through a proper bank-in, there is an abuse of protection. So instead of using it for the purpose intended, it was being abused and used for personal purposes. And in the US, the famous one is actually American Red Cross and also World Vision. In the UK, Oxfam. Oxfam is famous for, like, for example, if you have old clothes but nice one, you can donate to Oxfam, and Oxfam will actually sell to the public very cheaply. When I was a PhD student in the UK, this was actually my favorite place, like that, to buy dresses for the children, because they are still good. But again, because of the good deeds that people are donating, some people see opportunity, and so again, funny happen. And save the children. Even the name of the charity is Save the Children. Like maybe donation obtained who were also being abused. And in Australia, Red Cross, Red Cross actually have a lot of respect for Red Cross, because everyone is actually involved with charity here. In India, we have this called charity childcare, and even in my own country, currently one of our politicians is still undergoing court proceedings where a non-profit organization was established but according to what was mentioned in the court proceeding, some proceeds of whatever that collected that they made was the credit card of basically. So you can see these are all non-profit organizations, very good intention. However, they can be abused. That's why I think government is very, very important here. Yeah, according to the Association of Certified Fraud Examiner, which is based in the US, these are the three common non-profit fraud reported. Yeah, asset misappropriation, where they use the non-profit cash or credit card for personal items, yeah, because of lack of governance or maybe very flexible government. Corruption can include giving or accepting bribes in interpretation deals under the table transaction or even financial statement fraud. Yeah, so I think these are some examples. Okay, therefore, there are, according to ACFP 2020 again, yeah, normally it takes such a long time to detect this fraud. Yeah, it could be between 12 to 24 months. And by the time it is detected, a lot of the evidences are gone. And at the end of the day, they are not being able to be prosecuted and things like that. Yeah. And SCFP also found that most non-profit organizations do not adhere to these things. Yeah, like in profit organizations, this is almost automatic. Yeah, like surprise audit, fraud risk assessment, management review, and maintaining an internal audit function. So these things, according to ACSP, are not happening in most non-profit organizations. Yes. Top 5 best practices in non-profit organizations. Yeah. So this is again a desktop review. Yeah. Is for non-profit organizations to align strategies, goals, and capacity to build the board effectively. Let's choose the board. Define how the board will work, because they are also going to do the oversight function, and also promote accountability and engagement of the non-profit organization, so that we are clear of why the non-profit organization was established in the first place, and we remain accountable and responsible for our activities. In fact, in the research area that I do, on money laundering, yeah, there is this agency called FATF, Financial Action Task Force, yeah, which is actually a non-government, which is an intergovernmental organization that design and promote policies and standards to combat financial crime. Yeah, and many countries in this region are members of it. In fact, FATF has produced a standard, they call it 40 recommendations, and very specifically, one of the standards, which is actually recommendation number 8, is combating the abuse of non-profit organizations. Yeah. So this is actually, you can just Google this, yeah, global international standard on anti-money laundering. So they have altogether 40 recommendations which member countries will use. Yeah, in fact, they do mutual evaluation yearly and site visit every 5 years. So in fact, you can see recommendation number 8 is specifically on non-profit organizations. But I do not have the intention to really go in detail about this here. But what I'm trying to highlight here, there is such thing. There are standards. Yeah, how can we mitigate crime that are used globally, that can be adopted by non-profit organizations. Yeah. So in the end, I do not have solution for you, but more question for us to ponder. There's certainly a need to revisit NPO governance, yeah, and there are a lot of agencies and organizations that are interested in this, Yeah, I'm using some of these things like audible.com, yeah, these non-profit models, yeah. And then also Harvard Law School, they even have forum on corporate governance of non-profit organizations. And again, even big four companies are also into it. Yeah. So in a nutshell, what I like to conclude is, as much as we are promoting social innovation, as much as we are also trying to promote social governance, I think we must continue to strengthen the governance so that public, private, and the third sector, particularly in the non-profit organization, are always covered so that we are able to achieve the intended purpose, which is very noble. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Norma Omar, for a very insightful presentation. Now I will open the Q&A session. I'll read 2 questions from the audience. The first question is from Dr. Sukardi. Prof. Norma, the recent governance is arrived at VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and step. How non-profit organizations cope in this puzzle era? Do you want to answer the first question, or you want me to read the next question?
Yeah, you can read. Yeah, you can.
Yes, Prof. Norma?
Yeah, you can read all, and I will address.
All right. Okay. I'll read it again. The first question is, the recent governance is arrived at VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and step. How in this puzzle era? Then another question is from Dr. Diana Zuhro. Please allow me to ask question. In your opinion, how to minimize the potential for fraud in a non-profit organization? Are accounting standards needed for non-profit organization?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
I'm aware of this WUCA, which is, of course, I think we are talking the situation now is this, It is volatile, it is uncertain, a lot of complexity and uncertainty. And again, in the disruptive technology era, there are a lot of opportunity to use this digital technology to detect fraud, even for non-financial organization. So in fact, I think very basic. I have seen one legal requirement of a non-profit organization that says, okay, I think it is very important to be clear on a few things, like, for example, where are the sources of funding coming from? So therefore, the non-profit organization must list down who are the funders, who provide the funding, and then how are you using this funding for? What are you using the fund for? And then, because of course some funders do not want their name to be they do not want their name to be acknowledged, so maybe they just put hamba Allah. But it is okay for them to put there, but then for you as an organization, for a non-profit organization, you must know who this hamba Allah is. So that in the event of what we call it, of any court proceeding, you know exactly who this person is. So in fact, under BOCA, you can use technology. You can use technology very aggressively to mitigate fraud. So in fact, the second question, do we need to have a standard? Well, actually, we can have a lot of standards. I know that even for profit organizations, already have an auditing standard. For example, ISA 240 is for auditors very specifically to use in auditing financial statements. So in case there is fraud, there are some standards required. But I think in fact ISA 240 has been the one that has not been complied for by many auditors, because they say, oh, our job is actually our basic job is more looking at the what we call it, the financial statement, and whether rather than looking at fraud. So I think having another standard may not help. Yeah, I think existing standard is okay. In fact, you can even use financial action task force standard. They are already there. What is more important is actually how do you enforce? Yeah, meaning simple things like to be transparent and accountable. That we tell our stakeholders where our funding comes from, who are the funding, and how this funding are used for. I think these are very simple. And so that when it is being accounted for, it is much easier to manage the non-profit organization. Because I think if you wait until fraud happens, then the likelihood of bringing these people to court and to prosecute them is very low because of the
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Norma. Yeah, just now you mentioned how to minimize fraud is actually by using technology. They need, I mean, the financing, the charity program need to have the name who giving the fund. They cannot just put hamba Allah. You need to know who is the one who gives the fund, right? Because we know as Muslim people, they tend not to write their name when they are giving charity because they will just put hamba Allah. But as a they need to put in the report as their own report, so to the fraud from happening. Okay, and I have another question, Professor Norma, from Dr. Praptining Sukawati, how to put in place good and correct public policy so that they can improve the economy and better welfare on the community in the position of an archipelagic and multicultural country. Thank you. Correct public policy.
Yeah. In fact, as I mentioned, non-profit organization, I think as the name non-profit organization, I think we should leave it there. We do not want it to be very tight, like in the private sector or in the government, where a lot of policies, a lot of rules, a lot of regulation. We want it to be flexible, but I think what we want to emphasize is accountability. That is very important. In fact, if we do it well, non-profit organization would be able to provide jobs, because remember, you have the board of directors, you have the executive, but you also have staff, staff, and of course, to hire the staff, they need funding. And so some of the funding, you can get it from donation. There are, especially people in Asia, I think despite the fact that we are poor, but people are they believe in the after that. One of the things that we bring to your grave is the sadaqah that you give. So based on that, I think people are very generous and giving. So therefore, what is very important is actually the non-profit organization. When I talk about technology, I'm not talking about what we call it very sophisticated technology, but at least you have it use the system to capture these things, like basic things like who are the funders, where the funders come from. You need to also I think it is also very crucial that you do due diligence to these funders, because there are cases where funders abuse the non-profit organizations for terrorism financing and also money laundering. Especially in this region. I think the standard on non-profit organization, which is actually recommendation number 8, was to mitigate terrorism financing. So I think what we need to do, I think, is we have a system to capture all this, I think there's nothing to worry. I'm not really trying to put stringent policies and stringent rule on non-profit organization, because we want the non-profit organization industry or the sector to flourish, so that they can provide jobs, they can provide contribute to the economy. Yeah. Imagine non-profit organizations are doing what Professor Said Hassan Al-Sagor was proposing just now. Yeah, they are helping these poor people. They are looking at new markets. You just imagine, they are not only helping these poor people, but they are also creating jobs. They are also helping the economy people. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Norma. So we need to create the system to prevent the financial crime from the non-profit organization. Thank you very much once again for the very insightful presentation. As a token of gratitude, please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to you. Thank you. Thank you again, Prof. Norma Omar. Now I will continue with our fourth speaker, Professor Dr. Takasi Yasuno. Professor Dr. Takasi Yasuno is a professor based in the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at the University of Tokushima, Japan. He earned his bachelor degree, master degree, and doctoral degree from the University of Tokushima, Japan. He has been the supervisor of multiple degrees and theses. The field of his study is control engineering, with various research interests include intelligent control of autonomous mobile robots, output prediction of wind power generation system, control engineering of rehabilitation system, and agriculture support system. He has great expertise in the field of electronic engineering and has conducted research in it for more than 25 years. He has published 2 books, 60 research articles in the reputable scientific journals, and 23 academic letters. He has also written and presented his research in more than 300 international and domestic seminars and conferences. He has received many awards and honors, which include Best Paper Award for 2020 IEEE International Conference on Power and Energy and IEEE Indonesia Section Best Paper Award in Athens International Electronic Symposium in 2016. The title of his presentation is Robotic System and Artificial Intelligence and its Application. Without further ado, Professor Takasi Yasuno, the platform is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. I'm Takasi Yasuno from Tokushima University, Japan. I would like to thank you so much for giving me a good opportunity. The University of Merdeka Malang has my graduate students, Dr. Dubi Arman Prasetya and Dr. Angraniti Puspitasari, and Rahman Arifdin joined our laboratory as a doctoral student from October this year. So I'm very happy to join this conference. Okay, so wait a moment, please. So I'll share my presentation slide.
See the slide, Professor. Thank you.
Okay, can you see my slide? Okay, or not?
I can see the slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So today I would like to talk about the robotic system and artificial intelligence and its application. This is a stuffed robot of the Tokushima University's mascot character, Tokpon, which was developed in my laboratories. Okay, this is contents of my talk today. First, I will give a short introduction, goal of our laboratory and 5 research teams. After that, I would like to introduce 2 research topics of intelligent control application for robots. The first one is cooperative conveyance control for multiple mobile robot system. Second is the safe driving support system for electric wheelchair. Goal of our laboratory is the engineering application of intelligent processing technique for various information. In other words, our goal to implement the intelligent processing technique for various things in the world. That is, ultimate goal is to realize super smart society. In order to achieve our goal, our laboratory has 5 research teams: renewable energy team, motion control team, agriculture support team, field robot team, and care and welfare research team. The main research target of each team are as follows. Today, I will introduce the research topics of 2 teams, field robot team and care and welfare team. And here, I will briefly introduce the research of the remaining 3 research teams. First, let me introduce the motion control team. This is a biped robot, which mainly consists of 2 closed ring legs with spring and damper, upper body, and inertial arm. This inertial arm controls the posture of the robot body while the robot hopping. Mathematical model of the hopping robot has been implemented and simulated the various motions like this using the matter of Simulink. In this case, maybe student uses the sim-scale match body. Sim-scale match body is a library on the matter of Simulink. The robot can move on the steps and move on the flat plane like this. And the next, this is a robot manipulator with bi-articular muscle model. Bi-articular muscle is very, very unique actuator model. Bi-articular muscle model can drive 2 joints at the same time. So like this, there are 2 joints, 1 and 2. Okay. Therefore, it is possible to soft motion control. This is a Japanese character, kanji. Do you know kanji? This character, so-called A. This character includes various writing techniques. Next, I will introduce agriculture support robots. This is a path planning simulation of the pesticide spraying robot in a greenhouse to exploring the suitable pathway. Okay, and after that, this is a prototype of the pesticide spraying robot in the greenhouse, which is controlled autonomously. And this robot can avoid the obstacle autonomously and follows the reference path based on this path planning algorithm. Maybe in this case, we use the Dijkstra method as a path planning algorithm. And next, this movie shows a tomato harvesting robot. The vertical axis robot arm. This robot arm has a depth camera to measure the distance from robot to tomato and can capture the image. The image processing calculates the tomato position. Okay, and finally, this movie shows a human following robot to convey the cultivated tomatoes like this. But in this case, this robot doesn't have the image camera, only use the laser rangefinder. A laser rangefinder to detect the human legs only. Okay. The lastly, I would like to introduce the renewable energy team. This team is developing a prediction model of solar radiation, wind speed, and wind direction using artificial intelligence. So Dr. Angraniji Dasari joined this research group. This is an example. Of predicting cloud movement from weather satellite images. Now let's move to the first topics. I will introduce the first topics: cooperative conveyance control for multiple mobile robot system. This research aims to realize the evolving intelligent robots. Suddenly, please think about this mission for a moment. This is mission. There is a baggage in front of you. The baggage is too heavy to carry along. But you must carry the baggage to the destination along a predetermined path. How do you carry the baggage? However, you have several friends who have the same mission. This mission is a very interesting mission, but this mission contains many difficult problems. For example, how many friends, male or female, how many baggage, how many size, what kind of shape of the baggage, how many weights of the baggage, about path, what kind of path, reference path, there is obstacle on the reference path or not. As other information, do you know self position, goal position, baggage position, and so on? These information are known or uncertain. This mission is a very, very difficult and very high level mission. So how can we complete the mission by robots? We need to consider what the difference between the humans and robots. It is easy for human, but difficult for robots. Human can easily do it because intelligent. This mission can only be achieved by intelligent. As an approach to solving this problem, we propose the following approach. First, we focus on two robots, which is the smallest units of swarm. And the cooperative behavior of two robots is acquired by machine learning. Machine learning based on the artificial intelligence. Therefore, algorithm becomes simple and compact. It is easy to implement the small robot system. Then all robots share the cooperative control algorithm of the two robots. By doing it, the cooperative relationship is indirectly formed without depending on the number of robots. In order to realize this approach, we focus on complex varied neural networks. This network is very, very unique and has so many unique features. We use the complex value neural network for the robot control like this. The inputs are the position vector of the target and the goal. Position vectors of the robot and target, and the position vector between two near robots. And the output is the speed vector of each robot. All parameters represented by the complex number. This is the unique point. The complex number is very convenient to represent 2D information. For example, the position vector is a 2D information, and the speed vector is a 2D information. So this complex value neural network is very, very convenient to solve the some robot system problem. And there are two ways to train the complex value neural networks: supervised learning and unsupervised learning. But in this problem, it is impossible to prepare the teaching data in advance. So we use a genetic algorithm as an unsupervised learning method. Okay, weights of neural network represent the gene sequence. In this case, we set the gene length 122. So in order to confirm the validity of the proposed control algorithm, so we fabricate this experimental setup. So a video camera installed on the ceiling measures the position of each robot and target. Based on this information, position information, each robot calculates its speed vector. The diameter of the prototype robot is 7 centimeters. So now I have the fabricated robot. Maybe I remember Dr. Arman fabricated this small robot on my hand. Can you see? Okay.
Thank you, Sensei. Thank you, thank you.
So please look at the video. So 6 robots are carrying a cylindrical target along the S-shaped path. This formation has been run by the robot by using the complex value neural networks. Very, very good performance. Next, we change the target shape. So change the cylindrical to the rectangular shape. The robot is still able to carry the target in the same way. The cooperative conveyance control algorithm obtained by running has capacity to adapt for environmental changes. Next, one of the robots break down and stop in the middle of conveyance process. The remaining 5 robots successfully carry the target by adjusting their formation. This result is very interesting. We can see that the system is more adaptive even when the number of robots changes. Oh, let's move to the second topics. Let me introduce the second topics, and this is a safe driving support system for electric wheelchair. This research aims to realize a human-friendly control system. Let's consider the feature of human life. Since human life is closely related to place and action, mobility is important to maintain quality of life. Quality of life very important to care and welfare. As one of the tools of support to support mobility, the needs for electric wheelchair is increasing in Japan. On the other hand, accidents related to electric wheelchair are also increasing, with a percentage of accident caused by mistake operation as 25%. We focus on the research, so therefore, to avoid these accidents by mistake operation, we focus on the research of safe driving support system. And this is a prototype electric wheelchair, which is developed by the lab student. As an environmental recognition system, it is equipped with laser rangefinder, mistake. So this part located in the laser rangefinder in front of the electric wheelchair and the ultrasonic sensor in the rear and both sides. Okay. And this is a specification of each sensor, ultrasonic sensor and laser rangefinder. So operator manipulates the joystick and drive the two independently wheels, okay, size like this, okay. So this is our proposed safety driving support system. So operator manipulates a joystick to drive the electric wheelchair. Joystick outputs the X and Y information. Okay. And next step, this part calculates the speed reference, V reference, by using the XY information of the joystick. And next step, this part calculate over the TTC. TTC means time to collision. Time to collision. Oh, okay. This part calculates the time to collision by using the calculated speed reference and measure the distance from electric wheelchair to obstacle surrounding the electric wheelchair by using the laser rangefinder and the ultrasonic sensor. And finally, fuzzy reasoning. This part is an intelligent part. Fuzzy reasoning has so many fuzzy rules. And this part calculates the danger degree, alpha. This index is very, very important to control the safety the electric wheelchair. And fuzzy reasoning uses as an input data, steering angle theta reference and a TTC, time to collision data. Okay. After that, so final right and left side wheel speed reference calculated by this equation. This area includes a danger degree. So this is a very important point. Okay. So in order to confirm the usefulness of the proposed safe driving support system, several experiments was conducted. In this case, the subject is not familiar with manipulating an electric wheelchair. She is a beginner. So let's play. Oh. Okay. So right side video without system and the left side video with system. So you can see that the driving trajectory is not smooth without system in the case of without system. On the other hand, with system, trajectory of the electric wheelchair smoothly. Okay. And next video shows a case of go back go back motion is very difficult for the beginner. So, please, okay. It is quite difficult to manipulate the electric wheelchair when the safe driving support system is not implemented left side. Sorry. And it's quite difficult to check the driving environment behind. On the other hand, when the safe driving support system is installed, you can see that electric wheelchair is running smoothly. Even beginner can see this difference in operation. Okay, finally, let me summarize my talk. First, I introduced the goal of my laboratories and our 5 research teams. Then, as an example of the application of intelligent control to robots, and I introduced the cooperative conveyance control system for some robot and the safe driving support system for electric wheelchair. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for the eye-opening presentation, Professor Takasi Yasuno. Now I'll open the Q&A session. I'll read 2 questions from the audience. The first question is from Dr. Sukardi. Professor Takasi, mostly university research in Japan are going forward than industry. How is your research process maintaining good connection with industry and then the industry put beneficiaries and universities respectively? And I have another question. Do you want to take another questions or do you want to answer the first question first?
Yes.
The second question from Dr. Pupudani Prasetyo Adi. Ohayo gozaimasu, Yasuno Sensei. I am interested in robot arm for agriculture. I think the components and program of the robot consists of a very complex combination of AI, algorithm, and CNN, determining the robot's arm movement or output when looking at the color of tomatoes. My question. How many combinations?
I'm so sorry.
Yes?
I can't. The connection is not so good.
Not so good. Okay. I'll repeat
Very
again.
difficult to hear your voice. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
But now it's okay. Recover the connection.
Yes. Ohayo gozaimasu, Yasuno Sensei. The question is from Dr. Pupudani Prasetyo Adi. I am interested in robot arm for agriculture. I think the components and program of the robot consists of a very complex combination of AI, algorithms, and CNN, determining the robot's arm movement or output when looking at the color of tomatoes. My question is, how many combination of basic components, hardware and software are used to form a simple robot arm that can detect a ripe tomatoes? What is the algorithm used, and has it been applied to other fruit and vegetable crops beside tomatoes? Arigatou gozaimasu.
So thank you for good question. So tomato is very easy to recognize, capture the cultivation, because the tomato color is red color, is very clear. So it's very easy to detect by using the image processing techniques. But other, for example, the cucumber and watermelons, I think, in my opinion, it's very difficult. But our laboratory use depth camera. Depth camera captures the image color and the depth image. Depth image includes depth information. So this is very useful and convenient. So we focus on the depth information to detect the tomato and other vegetables. I think so. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. And I have one more question just now. It's actually the first question. Most universities research team in Japan going forward in industry. How's your research progress maintaining connection with the industry and then industry put beneficiaries and university respectively? How are you maintaining with the industry?
Oh,
Yes.
Thank you for your question, so. But it's very difficult to answer clearly immediately. So, it's very difficult to answer. So I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the sharing knowledge, Professor Takasi Yasuno. As a token of gratitude, please allow me to present this certificate of appreciation to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You are most welcome. Thank you again, Professor Dr. Insinyur Suprapto DEA, Professor Dr. Syed Hussein Assegaf, Professor Dr. Norma Omar, Professor Dr. Takasi Yasuno for the knowledge sharing for all of us. I believe we all learned so much from today's seminar. Once again, thank you, take care, and we will see you again soon. Thank you very much. To all of the participants, we will have 1 hour prayer break. Please join us again through the same Zoom meeting link for one more presentation by our distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Kazi Zohak, PhD from Ural Federal University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, can I have the closing statement from the speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Suprapto DA? Can you please give us the closing statement for 1 or 2 minutes? Let's take a picture together. Okay, next page, please. Thank you. Next page. Thank you. All right. Thank you again. All right. Have we finished taking the picture? Thank you very much. All right. I'll see you again soon in 1 hour time. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of the distinguished speakers and participants of the international seminars. Welcome back to our seminar. We will continue with our last but not least speaker of the day, Associate Professor Kazi Zohak, PhD from Ural Federal University, Russia. Associate Professor Dr. Kazi Zohak is based in the Graduate School of Economics and Management at Ural Federal University, Russia. He has a PhD in environmental economics. His research interest is in the environment economics, energy economics, development economics, financial economics, good governance, income inequality, remittance, labor market, and economic growth. He has more than 9 years of experience in energy, political and development, and financial economics. He authored 2 books on the finance growth and the food security program. He has published in A-star and A-rank journals as SCI, SCI, Scopus, and ABDC. He has also 3 years experience as a reviewer for various ranked journals, including the reputable journals published by Elsevier, Springer, Taylor and Francis, Emerald Insight, Wiley, Sage, and MDPI. He was awarded with a number of international research grants from Malaysia, Eastern European, Middle East countries, and he has earned a training of trainer certificate on advanced econometric techniques.
He also has delivered keynote speeches, public lectures, and panel discussion in Russia, Indonesia, and Turkey. The title of his presentation is Do Autonomous Anti-Corruption Entities Improve Global Governance? A Counterfactual Analysis. Without further ado, Associate Professor Kazi Zohak, PhD, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? All right, so good morning from Sochi. It's a beautiful city in Russia, near Turkey. I think it is good afternoon over there. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be with you in this very August gatherings and give me this opportunity. And I would like to thank to Professor Rohita to give me this honored opportunity to talk about this very important topic. I think it is one of our very important research topic that we are conducting currently. So still this is still a little bit draft format, but I will try to highlight the main findings. So the topic today I will be discussing, do autonomous anti-corruption entities improve governance? A counterfactual analysis. This is a co-author paper by me, Unmer and Jason from Delft, Netherlands. Then Professor Norma Omar, she is my mentor, and Kazi Musa. All right, so important thing is that I would like to highlight what basically motivates us to conduct this study. Why? The fact is, I'm sure that all of you know about the Sustainable Development Goals. So particularly if you relate 16th agenda, so it is clearly mentioned that we have to enhance peaceful and inclusive society, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels is an important component of SDGs. So justice is something very big term. I think that is our flag we stand for. So that's basically motivate me, because we fight for justice. So this is our way of fighting to establish justice. So, the governance is a very big term. So about the governance, of course, the control of corruption is one of the important aspects. But if you see the relevance, the prevalence of the corruption in worldwide, it's kind of an epidemic. Most of the countries, especially developing countries, are experiencing with a high prevalence of the corruptions. I think it can be dated back to the early history. So as long as the history goes, always there was some corruption. So how we can curb the corruption or eradicate corruptions? So to eradicate the corruptions, very first thing is that many countries, they establish some sort of autonomous commissions, mostly known as the anti-corruption commissions. So that's the autonomous that outside the political party, it's meant to be. So many countries in developing countries, they established anti-corruption commission some point of time. So to eliminate or to eradicate corruptions. But still we see the corruption is there. The rate is quite high, as the statistics shows. So that's basically pose a very important research questions, that what is the outcome or the effectiveness is anti-corruption commission. That's a very empirical research questions. And this is what we are trying to address it in this study. I believe in this global aspect, that might be the first study we're going to address. So in terms of the idea, in terms of the methodology, in terms of findings, in terms of the policy implication, we have enormous contribution in this study to generate some new knowledge in the empirical literature. So the very first thing is that there is a lot of literature loopholes, though there are some couple of study, but most of this study, they have a lack of rigor because in terms of the methodology, what they focus on maybe a single countries, but not a global aspect. So that is absolutely, we are generating some sort of a new knowledge in the empirical literature. So what are the countries I focus? As I told you that most of the developing countries we focus, we didn't consider the developed country like OECD countries for some reason, because OECD countries, most of the countries, they're enjoying a fantastic governance. If you look at Finland or Norway, then Sweden, they are enjoying the highest score of governance. So that's why I try to keep them out of my basket. So here we have taken all the developing countries. So some countries, they have anti-corruption commissions, and some countries they don't have. So approximately 46 developing countries, in some point of time, they establish anti-corruption commissions. But still 173 countries, they don't have any autonomous anti-corruption commissions. So these are the list of the countries. So those countries having anti-corruption commission, I call them a treatment group. And those countries that don't have anti-corruption, I call them control group. Okay, so what are the main outcome variable we focus? So the outcome variable, the quality of governance in general. So we have a 6 component of the quality of governance. So first is the control of corruption. That was our main objective, but we also extend our research scope, focusing on also the political stability, because they are very closely connected. Then government effectiveness and regulatory quality, rule of law, voice and accountability. So these are the 6 components of governance as per World Governance Indicator under World Bank. And I want the treatment variable. Treatment variable, what is treatment variable? It's like, for example, all the people are suffering the COVID. So the vaccine, so is the treatment. So this is also kind of a vaccine for corruption. So the establishment of anti-corruption entity. So that is my treatment variable. But establishment of anti-corruption entities is not everything. We also have to see some attribute of the anti-corruption. So whether these attributes are paramount important to expect effective outcome. So this covariance or the attributes of anti-corruption entities is the UN Convention. Then prevention, meaning whether this anti-corruption they have any power to prevent the corruption, whether they have power to investigate if there was some event or some malactivity took place. Then prosecution, meaning they have any legal stand, like a prosecutions to the criminals. So these are the covariants. Then we have written a detail about each variables because it is a very well-established data. They have some point. I discuss everything in the short definition. So if you're interested, I think I can provide you this PowerPoint. So I'm not going to spend much time on variable, how it is, this indicator, how it is generated. So once again, we focus on 46 developing countries as our treatment group, those who have anti-corruption, and 173 countries as a control group. They don't have any anti-corruption commissions. And the time frame of this study is starting from 1996 till 2019. The source of the data we have taken from anti-corruption entities, Then quality of governance we have taken from Gothenburg University. I think this data originally from International Country Risk Guides, something like that. Now we apply a very novel techniques, very relatively is new. I think last 2 years before this method is established or developed. It's called generalized synthetic control. Because this method, the speciality of the beauty of this methodology, that you will get a causal effect. You know what is causal effect? Meaning, for example, if you take a vaccine, whether your resistance against COVID will increase or not. So let's say it increases. So, but you cannot claim this is because of the vaccine, because what about other people, those who didn't take any vaccine? Maybe their antibodies or the immune system also improving too. So we have to control those who didn't take any vaccine. So that's why it's called a causal effect. We have to make a counterfactual analysis. But there are some methods previously developed, like a triple GID, it's called double difference or synthetic control. But they had a strict rule that because the intervention time should be the same time in all countries. But in our data, the establishment of anti-corruption varies from country to country. In some countries, let's say it established 1980, some countries maybe 2007, 2010. So how we can see the time effect, dynamic effect of anti-corruption. So generalized synthetic control is very smart. It overcomes this problem to make some relative time effect to generate one specific time. And it is under the machine learning approach. So is there any heterogeneity on unobserved shock, time varying co-founders? So this method is perfectly capable to capture all this biasness or outside influence. So in that case, we can say this method is very robust. So what is our findings? This is something very big surprise. The first we see the treatment effect of anti-corruption on control of corruption. If you see this two diagram, the first one, the average treatment effect. So from negative to positive, and you can see the zero line, here the zero line. And this is a vertical dot line. It shows that the intervention starts. Those countries having anti-corruption. And before this line, all the countries same. They don't have any anti-corruption in treatment group and control group. They have a very similar fashion of corruption that is very homogeneous. What happened after the intervention? The treatment countries, those countries having anti-corruption commission, their control of corruption is coming down. Though it is insignificant, but the fact it is coming down. Control of corruption. That's not a good sign. Meaning this anti-corruption is not improving. It is rather counterproductive to control of corruption. So we had an equivalent test. So this equivalent test also shows that, okay, they have some sort of a homogeneous condition before the Anti-Corruption Commission establishment. So now the question arises, so why this anti-corruption failed? We cannot give this answer definitely, but we can assume that this Anti-Corruption Commission, maybe the political party have the absolute dominance. So they are not truly autonomous. So political party or the corrupted people, they have an influence there. But because these are the findings, we extend our analysis, empirical analysis. What is the treatment effect of Anti-Corruption Commission on government effectiveness? In the same way, here, even it is significant. So you can see the treatment effect. Most of the countries having anti-corruption, they experience such a downfall of the government effectiveness. Then what about the government stability, though it is insignificant, but in treatment effect, it shows is coming down. As for the regulatory quality, we also find a very similar result. The treatment of effect of Anti-Corruption Commission on the regulatory quality is also negative, and it is significant. Then, but we found very surprising findings here that the treatment effect of Anti-Corruption Commission on rule of law, it is positive and significant. So that's why maybe that gives another empirical research question. Maybe in future, we'll see that why anti-corruption commissions actually helping the rule of law. Somewhat we found here is a positive significant effect. Then what about the voice and accountability? Voice and accountability, we find a positive impact, but once again, it is not significant. Then we found another treatment effect. Apart from the Anti-Corruption Commission, we considered the adoption of UN Convention in anti-corruption, whether this treatment effect having any positive outcome of control of corruption. So as per our assumption, we find that those anti-corruption commissions adopted UN Convention to fight with the corruptions. Actually, the treatment effect is positive and kind of a significant, because here in this point of time, it is significant effect. So this is the red line. It shows the treatment effect of UN Convention. Those Anti-Corruption Commission adopted UN Convention. Those countries actually enjoying some kind of a corruption-free. That is helping. That's a treatment effect. We didn't go for other component of UN Convention, but in future we'll do. So what is our conclusion? The conclusion is very obvious that anti-corruption commissions in general are found to be ineffective to control corruption in the context of developing countries. But anti-corruption commissions with adoption of UN Convention appears to be somewhat effective. So what is our policy recommendations? This is very difficult because all over the world, fighting for corruption over the time, but the corruption, the malgovernance, the poor governance is still there. So it's not that simple. And it's a bigger philosophical question. So perhaps that is our understanding that any countries, there is some legal framework. The legal framework will tell you what you cannot do, what you shouldn't do, what you cannot do. What about the moral framework? The moral framework say what you should do. So there should be some sort of a balance, a harmony between these two frameworks, the moral framework and the legal framework. The legal framework is quite easy. The government can, parliament can, can design some rules and the laws, but whether the people will follow it, that is coming from the moral framework of the people. So the moral persuasion is very important from historically. That's why, many saints, many prophets are there for teaching the people to do the righteous things. So not legal framework may not always work unless you have a moral framework. So that there should be a perfect harmony. That is our policy implication. But the thing is, in some European countries, like Sweden, they historically they develop an ombudsman, like people can claim. So, but there should be some sort of a culture, like we should not do the corruption. maybe economic solvency. When the people have economic solvency, there is no inequality problems. So eventually the governance might be improved, but in the long term. But it is overnight, eliminating or eradicating corruptions is big deal, may not be possible. Okay, so thank you very much for your patience. I think we had a time limit, but if you have any question, I'm open for you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Kazi Zohar, for the thought-provoking presentation. Now I will open the Q&A session. I'll read a few questions from the audience. Let me double check. So far, we have one question from Dr. Sukardi here. Mr. Kazi, moral framework standing is not suitable in preventing community free of corruption. Why you mention legal and moral in fight to corruption? Because he said like moral only is not enough to prevent corruption. So how's like a moral framework and legal framework combined together?
Well, okay, so about the legal framework, you can see this, most of the countries, they have anti-corruption commissions. So if it is identified, I'm sure that they have some law, some punishment, but there is also, they can evade. Still they can do the corruptions, meaning they have an influence over the anti-corruption commissions. So that's why the legal framework is telling that what you cannot do, but the moral framework is basically, that's a sustainable solution. Like when you have an integrity, you have a mindset of, when you have a culture, not to corrupt, I think that is more sustainable. So there should be perfect harmony between these two frameworks. I didn't say only the moral framework, because moral framework along with the legal framework, there should be a perfect harmony.
All right, thank you very much for your answer. Actually, it's very interesting about the harmony of moral framework and legal framework. Just now you mentioned you did a study in how many countries is it?
Almost all the developing country in the world.
All of the developing country. Is it including the moral framework per country?
Well, the moral framework, it is not easy to contextualize how we are going to, quantify the moral framework.
Correct, yes.
Because this country, maybe some country have religion, some country, they do not have religion. So that's a very difficult question.
Yes, it's like vary from country to country, and it is very difficult to quantify what you're saying. So the best thing is actually the harmony between moral and moral framework and legal framework.
Exactly.
I have another questions from Dr. Sukardi as well. How about the political context in your finding?
Well, that is very important covariant, I think, but still we didn't get time to contextualize. Maybe in this study we'll extend to make a subgrouping or subsampling with a political system. Though some country following democracy, some country may be hybrid regimes, and some country may be autocratic. So we'll segregate this country to have a more robust findings. But we have a plan to do it. I think political structure play a big role.
All right. I have one more questions actually. It's about your research. Please inform us, has Professor Zulhak research been published? If it has been published, please provide the information about the journal.
All right, that's good. Maybe we'll cite this study. Yeah, why not? What are the strategic policy steps to stop corruption? Is it possible corruption can be eliminated in a country? So, well, maybe the corruption cannot be eradicated fully, but of course it has to be reduced in a certain level. The strategic steps, well, the moral framework And the legal framework, I mean, the law and order has to be very strong. Anti-Corruption Commission has to be truly autonomous, and they should have enough manpower for investigate then the prosecutions, then prevention, and that they should be out of the political framework, meaning the political or the ruling party should not have any influence over them. So that is important. There should be truly independent, some honest people and smart people will be working, and they should have this power. Maybe including with the global institute like UN, they can adapt this convention to eradicate corruption, I think.
Yes, actually, so the key word here is the Anti-Corruption Commission should be independent, right? The people working there.
Yeah, exactly. Not only independent, because they should have this attribute. The attribute is the prevention attribute, then investigation attribute, then prosecution. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for answering the questions. Associate Professor Kazi Zohak.
Any more questions?
Any more questions? Yes. Actually, we can still waiting for some more questions because you are the last speaker of the day. So if
anyone, no, don't worry. Ask me. I enjoy. I love.
If anyone want to ask question, please feel free to ask the questions. Okay. If there is no more questions, before we end the session, how about we take a picture first? We take a group picture. Yes. I will ask for the technician to take our pictures. Yes, let's.
How about the journal? What journal? Actually, we didn't publish. This is the paper is going on. We are still working on it. So we have a plan to submit maybe by 6 months.
All right, let's take picture together. 1, 2, 3.
What about the punishment as remedy? Yeah, prosecution. This is what I mentioned.
Yeah, one more question here. Punishment as a remedy. Okay. And,
Mr. Kazi, which is the more effective?
Regulation. So this is actually, yeah, which is more effective, do you think, Associate Professor Kazi Zohak? Good people or good regulation to prevent corruption?
I think it's both.
Yeah.
Both are important. So it's a good people or the good regulations. When there is a good people, there is a good regulation. If the bad people are going to make a court, we call it kangaroo court. So, the good people will establish good regulation. That is more transparent one. That's a rule of law.
So this is actually the one that you mentioned in your conclusion, right? Good people and good regulation. So it's the combination of both legal framework and also the
moral framework, exactly.
Very good. I think that's all for the questions. I will close the question and answer session. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Kazi Zohak. As a token of gratitude, please allow us to present this certificate of appreciation to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have come to the end of our today's event. We would like to express our appreciation to all of the honored guests and participants for contributing to the success of the 6th International Conference of Graduate School on Sustainability, ICGS, and 2nd International Conference in Social Science, ICONISS. Thank you very much, and please join us again tomorrow for the 2nd day of the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om, Santi, Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya. Take care and goodbye for now. Attention for all of the presenter for this seminar. Please stay with us for the parallel session. You will be assigned to the breakout room soon. Please have your presentation ready to share on your computer before you are called to present by our parallel moderator. Thank you. Attention for all of the presenter of this seminar. Please stay with us for the parallel session. You'll be assigned to the breakout room soon. Please have your presentation ready to share on your computer before you are called to present by our parallel moderator. Thank you. Perhatian Bapak Ibu presenter untuk seminar ini, silahkan stay dengan kami, nanti akan di-assign breakout room segera. Tolong dipersiapkan presentasinya untuk di-share, nanti akan dipandu oleh moderator paralel kami, parallel session kami. Terima kasih.
Hello everyone, good morning. Assalamualaikum, Rahayu, Shalom, Salam Kebajikan, Om Swastiastu, and Namo Buddhaya. Welcome back to our second day of International Conference. Thank you for all the lecturers, participants, and committee who are still with us today. I hope you are still enjoying our conference. It is with great pleasure for me, Kadek Indrayanti, a lecturer at the Faculty of Law Merdeka Malang, to be the moderator for this session. At this session, we are honored to be joined by three keynote speakers. First is Professor Dr. Eko Prasojo from the University of Indonesia. Second one is Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek from Kastamonu University, Turkey. And the third is Professor Dr. Grahita Chandrarin from University of Merdeka Malang, East Java, Indonesia. Each speaker will have approximately 20 minutes for presentation, and after finish each presentation, we follow by question and answer. So for participants who have question or give comment, please write it down on the chat box. It will give you time to address them. And please do mute your audio so this conference will be run smoothly. So I would like to introduce first Professor Dr. Eko Prasojo from the University of Indonesia. Professor Dr. Eko Prasojo has been a professor in administrative science at the University of Indonesia since 2003. He finished his bachelor degree from University of Indonesia. He earned his master's degree and doctoral degree from Deutsche Hochschule für Verwaltungswissenschaften, Speyer, Germany. He is the former Dean of the Faculty of Administration, University of Indonesia. He was the Vice Minister for the Ministry of State Apparatus, Utilization and Bureaucratic Reform for the year of 2011 until 2014. And recently, he is in charge as President Asian Group for the Public Administration. He has received many awards and honors in his career, which include Lecture Award from IIAS Belgium and the Habibi Award in the same year, 2019. He has published almost 8 books in the leadership and democracy. He also has written several articles in the International journal. Field of his research are on federalism and decentralization, local democracy, political economic and bureaucracy, administrative reform, public governance, public policy, and public service. Today, the title of his presentation is Digital Governance and Public Service Innovation. To Prof. Eko Prasojo, the time and screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Kadek. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Dear speakers, Professor Grahita and Professor Serikan Dilek from Turkey and participant of International Conference on Graduate Studies on Sustainability and also International Conference on Social Sciences, and also dear committee who organized this very prestigious conference in this morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here and to share our knowledge and experience with you. It is my honor, yeah. And I would like to congratulate to Universitas Merdeka Malang for organizing this conference, yeah, as a media for us to share experience among us, yeah, as scholars and also practitioners. So today I would like to share about the digital governance and also public service innovations as a reflections of development and digitalization in the governments from, of course, from Indonesians' perspective and also from global and international experiences. Yeah. Dear speakers and also participants, there are 4 fundamental changes currently and maybe in the future. Yeah. The first is the comprehensive and completed globalizations. No single country could decide or could make a policy in their own sovereignty. So there are many policy and also decision be influenced by regional and also international cooperations such as ASEAN Economic Community and also others international organizations, for example. The second one is the advanced digitalization, so using some advanced technology such as information and communication technology, robotic, yeah, and artificial intelligence that will be used for development of administrative system as well as the government system, yeah, in the national and also local government level, yeah. The third is millennializations, so changing generations, yeah, from baby boomers, generations X, generation Y into Y, and also Z and post-Z generations. So in Indonesia, totally we have already 64% of Y and Z and also post-Z generation exists in Indonesia right now. And I think in 5 or 10 years, they will replace the baby boomers generation and also the X generation in the government and also in the society in overall, yeah. And the fourth, yeah, as we have also been experiencing the pandemic COVID-19 that has been, I think, for more 19 months, we are living with the COVID-19, and it shows that there are so many changing in internal governments and also in the relations between government and also society. Yeah. So COVID-19 can be said as a fundamental factor for changing in the governance and also in the public service delivery to the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers and also participants of the conference, these fundamental changes will also change in the current socio-economic environments that we are living with. Yeah. So first is demographic structure, characterized by aging society and also women's greater involvement in the social activities. Second is changing of social values. It shows the quality of life, the balance between the economic activities and also leisure. Yeah. The third socioeconomic environment is natural changes. Yeah. It characterized by climate change and also energy crisis that are expected to persist for a long time. The fourth changes is industrial environment. It saw the high value added knowledge basis services. So services to the citizen and a customer based on the value added of knowledge creations. And the last change is the international relations. It showed the expansions of cross-border migrations and also strengthening the multiculturalisms among the nations and also countries in the regional level in ASEAN as well in the global level. Yeah. So what happened now with COVID-19 is the disruption. Yeah. So the accelerated disruption, yeah, during COVID-19. So the COVID-19 pandemic is just the latest in a growing list of disruptors confronting traditional governments, and we have been forced by the COVID-19 to change our pattern of interactions among the units in the governments, as well as the interaction between the government and the society. So now we are working from home, and also there are many changes using the IT, yeah, to finish our workload, yeah, bringing the workload from office to the home and anywhere. So we can now work anywhere, yeah, during the COVID-19. And the COVID-19 pandemic and the associated socio-economic crisis are posing huge challenges. So rising many unknowns and also imposing wrenching trade-offs. Yeah. Both crises, yeah, the COVID-19 and also associated socio-economic crisis are global event, but also they impacted also deeply in the local activities, yeah, in the activities of the societies and communities, yeah, in the very local situation. So what we learned from pandemic's COVID-19 in Indonesia is about the governance in actions, how the government handle with the crisis, yeah, in the pandemic COVID-19. So we can see that it is not enough the capability of governance to handle with the crisis, yeah, in the national, in the provincial, and also in the local governments. So I see three indicators of the government incapability handling with the COVID crisis. Yeah. First is weak coordination at the central level amongst the institutions, among the ministries, and also national agencies. Yeah. The second one is weak coordination between central and also local government. And the third one is the bureaucratic incapability, yeah, to control, for example, moving citizen movement from one place to another place, yeah, to control the vaccinations program, and also others activities that related to the COVID-19 activities and also program of governments. So technology will drive the change of governments. Yeah, Artificial intelligence, for example, will handle human tasks. So the decision-making process will be helped by the artificial intelligence. So will be smarter, cheaper, yeah, and so on. Yeah. But also big data democratization will empower employees to provide relevant, useful, and also valuable data for strategic decisions. So the artificial intelligence plus big data democratization will provide more precise strategic decision making in the government. And also the Internet of Things can be used for so many applications in public services context. And of course, is often part of broader project like a smart city that we also see and understand in some region in Indonesia. Yeah. Ambient technology will also conform to human behavior. It means to reduce stress, create efficiencies, more efficiencies, yeah, and also free people to focus on work. Yeah? And also, but technology and human beings will become collaborators. So the interaction with between human being with the technology will strengthen the smarter strategic decision, yeah, in the government. So dear speakers and also participants, so what we see in the global trends in the government changings is the standard 9 to 5 supervised office job is getting slowly replaced, yeah, by non-standard, alternative, and or flexible work arrangements. Yeah, so there is no more supervised job. Yeah, for example, from 8 to 16 in a day, but now replaced by non-standard flexible work arrangement from anywhere. Yeah. In general, flexible work arrangement can be found frequently, yeah, in the public sector in several countries around the world. Yeah, and slowly will also happen in Indonesia. Yeah. Rights for teleworking and also for flexible working hours are part of central or federal policies in over many countries right now. So what will happen to the public governance right now? The technology and the globalizations, yeah, that it's so that normal process of policy making as we experience for a long time do not apply anymore. Because there are so many social media that maybe will break the traditional policy-making process, yeah, that we see by using the artificial intelligence, also big data. Yeah. No one have full competence, yeah, in dealing with COVID-19 and after pandemics also. Yeah, I think we need more, for example, competence from many fields, yeah, from economic, from public health, from sociology, from anthropology, from law, and so on. So we need more competencies in dealing with complexity of crisis and so on. So we need more multi-actor institution to solve problem. Yeah, means we need more actor, we need more institution involved in the policy making to solve the problem. We need more public and private collaborations, global data and big data for policy making process, and also real integration of policy expertise into policy making. Yeah. So there is no delay anymore using the expertise, for example, from public health specialists to give perspective on the policy making about the how we handle with the COVID-19 effectively and efficiently. So the existing of new social problem so will precisely happen, yeah, with the COVID-19 and extensive public experiment and experiences during COVID. For example, so now we learn from COVID how we working from home. We have new social adaptations with COVID, and so on. Yeah. So now we are entering in the so-called governance 4.0, what we call digital governance, and I think we need a very fit strategy to adapt with the government 4.0 or the digital governance. First is how we set up the flexible work arrangements by giving flexible working space, flexible working schedule, flexi time, and so on for the government and bureaucracy. The second one, how we can use super application as a single digital government platform where we can work together in the digital space, we can discuss, we can have a meeting, and so on, and we can upload, download a file easily through the super applications. The third one is how we can develop digital capacity, to handle with the robotic, with machine, with artificial intelligence and big data, and continuous learning, self-learning for civil servant and also as well as for politicians. The fourth one is how we can reorganize, restructure our business process of government, with the IT-led reform, network model, and also electronic services for the citizens. And the fifth one is how we can develop talent management. We can introduce open career system where the people can move from one ministry to another ministry, from central government to the provincial and local government, vice versa. COVID-19 shows that digital governance is solution and must for future of government. What drive public organization to implement flexible work? The implementation of flexible work arrangement in the public sector is often driven by pro-social and environmental motives. However, potential organizational benefits follow just behind. A survey of cities human resource professionals in the United States identified for most common motive to introduce alternative time schedule to improve employee morale. One is to support work-life balance, to increase productivity, and also to extend business hours. So what does it mean? Utilization of ICT in public sector organization will shape new culture in public sector. Culture of joint outcome, joint impact in the strategic management, performance management, in planning, and also in the budgeting. Okay, I would like to go to a last section. I think we are entering in the new era of agility. That it means that we are moving toward to a flatter structure from traditional hierarchy commando structure into the flat structure, where the squad model, the team model will replace the authority in doing activities in the governments. We striving more equality and opportunity and sharing strong vision and purpose among the organization and actor in the governments. So there is some changing governance pattern in the new era of public governance, from hierarchical to a flatter and participatory, from authoritarian to inclusive leadership, from centralized to decentralized governance, from government pandit to partnership, so-called public-private people philanthropy partnership. The government is not single authority to handle and to cope with the problem and to fund the problem with the public finance, but also we have to involve more actors and institutions, stakeholders, to fund the problem that we have to solve. So from silo-based to more collaborative governance, from process to outcome, and also from manual to IT-based, and also share data. But we need also new capability in new public governance. So capability to interact with digital machine, capability to share information and also sharing culture, to negotiate in the global and also regional meeting and also discussion, to utilize value and local wisdom, so global but also local, so utilization of local, indigenous, and local wisdom into the public policy making process. So, but we need also perspective on multi-level governance. So from the global, regional, national, provincial, municipality, and city. Yeah, this is a problem that we are facing now. Yeah, how we could integrate and coordinate some programs and activities from the national level into the village level, for example. So the innate human ability to recognize a problem and also the innate human ability to explore alternative with human creativity. Last slide. This is world's expectation to the new era of digital, of global, and also the millennialization after COVID. Yeah. Pandemic explore 3 shifts in government society interaction that have had significant impact on public administration and public services. So demand for more people-centered governance. So not only from the government itself, but also from the people perspective. Yeah. The second one is the greater use of ICT technology in public sector, as I mentioned before, and also the demand for high-quality human resources in public sector to deal with increasingly more complex development imperatives in the globalizations. In conclusion, we can say that pandemic COVID-19, globalization, digitalization, and millennialization are the new challenges in the government and public governance. Every country have to face the new challenges by implementing the fundamental transformation in regard to structure, culture, and also capabilities seriously and also continuously. Public governance is becoming one of the most important factors to enhance the capability of government and state to compete and collaborate in the globalization era. The technology advancement and socio-economic changes will basically increase the need of global new public governance with the new capabilities of public servants to be adaptive with the citizen expectation and needs. And lastly, the ideal picture of public administrations involve a society in which uniquely human abilities are integrated with the capabilities of machines, leading to an expansion in the overall scope of innovations in the government and society. So with this conclusion, I would like to stop my presentation. Thank you very much. And I hope this presentation will share our experience, also knowledge each other. Thank you very much. I will give back the word to Ibu Moderator.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Eko. That's for wonderful presentation. I think we have a lot of job, particularly on the government, how to adopt this new era, especially for pandemic. Thank you, Professor Eko. And then now I will read some question and comment from the chat box. First, it is from Professor Bonaventura. Yeah. He said that you mentioned for fundamental change to the current socio-economic environment. How do you think about the culture set of the civil servant in the case of the fundamental change above? How can they improve it? It's from Professor Bona, sir.
Should I answer directly, Bu Kadek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think with the generation changes, so now we are facing new era, yeah, with the new generations, with the new culture of generation actually, yeah. So I believe that new generation will have also new mindset and also new culture, and the technology will shape also the mindset and cultures of the new generation into the new flexible work arrangement and so on. So I think we are not worried that the new generation will also have a new mindset and also culture set, and with using the IT to change the mental model, the culture set, and also mindset of the people. Thank you, Pak Probona.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now the second one is from Mr. Alit Mertayase. Dear Professor Eko Prasojo, nice to meet and heard your presentation. In regard to the lack of bureaucracy capacity and capabilities as well, the limitation coverage of IT infrastructure in some region, how is your policy and decision to improve that situation? Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Pak Alit. Long time no see. Yeah, it is my honor to meet you again. So I think the government should priority in developing infrastructure related to the IT infrastructure. Yeah, because with the development of ICT, the development of some advanced technology, what we have to build is the infrastructure related to the IT, not anymore with the road, highway, and so on. I think it is imperative for us, for the governments of Indonesia, to build more on the infrastructure of IT, in order to give more infrastructure in the development of digital governance in Indonesia. And now the government is trying to develop the capability of civil servant by having special training and education for facing the challenges in globalization and also digitalization. Yeah, I think now the government preparing for new capability for the civil servants by conducting training in the IT and also the globalization era. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Alit. See you.
Okay, this is the last question, Prof, because due to the limitation of the time, Mr. Sukardi, Prof Eko, facing the VUCA era, bureaucracy will under tension with uncertainty situation. Besides, there is a small elite in the most decision process in the government influenced by political maneuver by political party. Where the bureaucracy should go?
That's very difficult question, Pak Sukardi. Yeah, I think administrative reform cannot be separated by political reform. But I have an idea that we are now proposed to the government. So now I am currently the Secretary Executive for National Committee for Bureaucratic Reform. So I propose that we establish the super applications where the professional resource group could be also moved from one province to another province, from one kabupaten kota to another kabupaten kota, as well from the local government into the national governments. So technology will hinder the politicization of bureaucracy, by having the professional resource group. Yeah. So when, for example, if we need a person who are competent in one or two position, we could also look for this person into the national resource group. Yeah, that can be accessed by the super application, something like that. Yeah. So politicization of bureaucracy should be solved by the technology. Yeah. So reducing the power of politics to interference the bureaucracy, by setting the technology in a selection, in the promotion, and so on. Yeah. This is why we are now working with the Ministry of Administrative Reform and some other leading sector agencies in the bureaucratic reform currently. Thank you, Pak Sukardi. Okay,
thank you, Prof. Eko. So, as a token of gratitude, please allow us to present the certificate of appreciation to you.
Cepat ya, mestinya.
We move to the second speaker is Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek from Kastamonu University, Turkey. Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek is based in Kastamonu University, Turkey. He received his PhD in economic theory from Marmara University in 2007. Between 2008 Until 2011, he worked in Beacon University as a lecturer and assistant professor. He gave calculus lecture in Ariel University between 2011 and 2012. He is still in Kastamonu University Faculty of Economic and Administrative Science. He has been Vice Dean since 2012 in this faculty. He has studied economic and his research are two-side market, network externalities, and consumer theory. And today he will give a presentation on how governance reform empowering economic growth and social justice. To Professor Serkan Jilek, I would like to give the time and screen to you.
Dear audiences, first of all, I want to thank our conference organizers, Merdeka Malang University, the university authorities, and Dr. Sukarti. There are many researches about, for example, Hoare and Jones in 1999, Acemoğlu et al. 2001, Jankov 2002, 2003, 2004, 2006, and others show that institutions are major determinant of wealth and long-term growth. Countries that had better political and economic institutions in the past are richer today. I want to add to the literature on institutions and growth by studying new measure of institution reforms. And for business regulations are very important in this manner. The relationship between regulations and business activity has been under investigation in many academic circles, in many articles over the last 2 decades. Winston, 1998, provides a literature review and finds that business regulations affect large and most concentrated industries and sector specific. However, much fewer studies look at the impact of business regulatory reforms on the economic growth, partly due to lack of data availability. These studies try to fill a research gap by addressing business regulatory reforms' impact on economic growth. Various empirical studies look at business regulations trends across countries over the last decade. Jankov et al. 2002 presents a new data on the regulation of entry of startup firms in 85 countries. Countries with heavier regulation of entry have higher corruption and larger unofficial economies, but not better quality of public or private goods. Countries with more democratic and limited governments have lighter regulation of entry. The demand for economic reforms all over the world is not unconnected with the ideology of neo-classical economists whose desire is to reduce government intervention in the economy and believe in the superior economic performance of a private sector. According to the neoclassical economists, a free market economy without state intervention will lead to economic prosperity that would likely trickle down to the poorest members of the society. Hence, government intervention in the economy is considered necessary to place the country on a sound footing. Institutions are the rules of the game placed in a society the constraints imposed by a people that shape interaction by people. With the development of the institutional economist approach, the effect of institutions on economics performance has been one of the issues that have been discussed in the theoretical and empirical studies in the literature. Institutional economists draw attention to the role of institutions in long-term economic growth. Although the effect of institutional factors on economic performance is frequently discussed in the literature, the causality relation between institutions and economic performance has been one of the issues that are less emphasized. In this context, while examining the relationship between institutions and economic growth, it is important to investigate the effect of economic development in a country on having effective institutions in terms of reviewing the relationship between institutions and economic growth as a whole. In some studies in the literature, it is concluded that there is a bidirectional causality relation between institutions and economic performance, while in other parts, it is concluded that direction of causality is from institutions to economic performance. The differences in economic performance between countries have been tried to explain by the physical human capital stock and technology that countries have in standard growth models. However, standard economic theory fails to explain why some countries have less physical human capital stocks and lower technology levels. Therefore, these factors are not the main reason for differences in economic growth performance between the countries. In order to ensure economic growth and development, it is necessary to investigate inadequacy of physical and human capital stock and the basic factors that cause raw technological development. According to the institutional economics approach, the main reason for the differences between the countries is institutional differences. According to the law 2002, institutions are the rules of the game played in a society, the constraints imposed by the people that shaped the interaction between people. Institutions bring regularity and continuity to human behavior. They can be formal or informal. Perhaps the most important role that institutions play in society is to establish a stable but not necessarily effective structure for the interaction between economic units and, if effective, to reduce uncertainty, thus reducing transaction costs. For example, the protection of property rights will reduce uncertainties and thus transaction costs, allowing individuals or organizations to reap the rewards of their work, and in this way, individuals and organizations will work harder and save and invest, and as a result, economic growth will be positively affected. With the development of institutional economics approach, it has been widely accepted that institutions are one of the main factors in explaining the differences in welfare between countries. For example, in high-income countries, property rights are protected, the rule of law is based, monetary and fiscal policies are established within a sound institutional framework, and this institutional structure positively affects economic growth by creating motivation for new investments. On the other hand, when looking at low-income countries, it is seen that the said institutional structure cannot be established. At this point, the literature, while it is stated in the literature that institutional factors are the cause of economic growth, and on the other hand, it is stated that the level of welfare can be determinant of the institutional structure. In many empirical studies in the literature, it has been concluded that institutions have a significant effect on economic performance. For example, Maura 1995 concluded that corruption affects economic growth negatively, while Knack and Kiefer 1995 concluded that there is a positive relationship between quality and quality of bureaucracy, the provision of property rights, and political stability and economic performance. While the effect of institutions on economic performance is frequently examined in the literature, the causality relationship between institutions and economic performance has been less emphasized. There are two opposing views in the literature regarding the relationship between institutions and long-term economic growth. According to the first of these, the grand transition approach, economic growth is accepted as the cause of everything, including institutional change in the economy. In this approach, production has a central importance. When production increases, societies become more complex with the increasing division of labor and with the increase in demand for physical and human capital, supply, and the demand for institutional change. It is important to reduce transaction costs with the increase in production, and institutional change takes place in this direction. In this approach, although it is accepted that there is two-way relationship between production and institutions, it is stated that the effect of institutions on the economic growth is weak, and the main effect is from economic growth to institutional change. In this context, Lipset 1960 stated that economic growth will contribute to the development of institutional structure by providing human and social accumulation. And also some studies stated that with the increase in income level of society, the demand for increasing institutional quality, such as bureaucratic quality and the rule of law, will increase. In the primacy institutions approach, which is the second approach that deals with economic performance relationship, it is stated that externally determined institutions are basis for development. Supremacy of institutions approach stated that institutions are the basis for long-term economic growth. The basis of this approach is the political power determined by political institutions. Political power, on the other hand, affects economic institutions and political institutions. In this framework, it is in this approach, political institutions are the main determinants. It is stated that the effect from income to institutions is weak. For example, institutional indicators such as the rule of law and protection of property rights, or the effectiveness of government are seen as the main determinants of economic performance. In the literature, the results of empirical studies dealing with the causal relationships between institutions and economic performance are complex. in some studies, it was concluded that there is a bidirectional causality relationship between institutions and economic growth. While in some studies, it was concluded that there is a one-way causality. And that's my speech. Thank you very much for your listening. And also, I want to thank again Merdeka Malang University and Dr. Sukaldi and other authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Serkan, for your presentation. And now we have to look in the chat box. There is several people to ask for you. First is from Mr. Sukardi. Prof. Serkan, unofficial economic and effective institutions are good finding. May you elucidate more how effective institutions reach rent-seeking behavior in your finding? It's from Mr. Sukardi. Professor Serkan, please, I can hear, please, your voice, please, sir. You still mute.
Okay, I think you can hear me.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Clearly, clear.
Thank you very much for good question from Professor Sukardi. And institutions are very helpful to individuals and firms while they are rent seeking for institutions are including religion, roles, and etc. While they are rent seeking, they are using, for example, their roles. So big companies and big companies and firms are using. They have many advocates and they have many also staff and they are using by their they are using their sources effectively and they are by this way they benefit from these institutions. I think I answer my question.
Yes, yes, sir.
And thank you very much to Mr. Abrar and Graita Chantleri.
Yes. Okay, this is Mr. Abrar. Also, I have a question. What is your solution for this economic growth, especially for Indonesia, sir? That's from Mr. Abrar.
I think that in the next term, Indonesia and Turkey will include sustainable economic growth, and by this way, two countries will be rising stars in economics. Also, I hope that. Thank you very much to Professor Abrar.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Serkan, for a wonderful presentation. And now, as a token of gratitude, please allow us to present the certificate of appreciation to you. So, now we move to the third keynote speaker is Professor Grahita Chandrari. Currently, she is the Director of Graduate Program, University of Merdeka Malang, East Java, Indonesia. Besides, in the last 10 years, she has involved in the Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association. In the 2016, she was the president of the association and has actively served as senior director for years. She published a couple of books, and the latest one is Accounting Research Methodology, was published in Jakarta. Professional qualifications, the Chartered Accountant has covered 2013 Indonesian Institute of Accountants. Also, she attended several sandwich programs at University of Kentucky, Lexington, USA, program of academic recharging B at Conan University, Kobe, Japan, and sabbatical leave at Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia. She also had received several research grants, such as sabbatical leave from Directorate of Employment, Ministry of Higher Education in 2018 as visiting professor at Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia. Draft proposal entitled An Empirical Study on Accounting Treatment of Corporate Social Responsibility Fund to Measure Local Government Financial Performance. This paper was presented at 2019 APMAA Annual Conference at Qatar University and will submitted to entrepreneurship and sustainability issues. Paper entitled Economic Factor and Environment Qualities in Cities/Regency in East Java Province. Also, she became an external examiner at University of Canberra, Australia, UTTM, Malaysia, and Macquarie University, Australia. The topic of her presentation today is about sustainable innovation, the exchange rate of foreign currency study. To Professor Dr. Grahita Chandrarin, the platform is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice occasion for all of us to be here today to discuss about sustainable innovation. In this session, I would like to discuss about the exchange rate of foreign currency studies. I would like to explain a little bit about this year's international conference. It's one of 2021 world-class professor grant programs from Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture funded by LPDP. Apart from workshop series on research methods, we, University of Merdeka Malang, also conduct collaboration and research publications with Ural Federal University, Russia. Before discussing point 7 and 8, the innovation and exchange rate variable and novelty in methodology, I would like to talk about the basic theory, economic, business, and financial accounting theories. And then about research, types of research, and scientific research method. The objective of this presentation is to discuss about the sustainable innovation for economic and business research. Business research consists of management and accounting research. I will focus on the only one variable, namely exchange rate of foreign currency variable. There is important question about it. That is, could the exchange rate studies sustain in the long run? And what and how to innovate them? Before we discuss about the answer of those questions, I would like to talk about the basic theory of the research and about the research. The basic theory is used to understand the observed variable of the study, for example, utility and agency theories, to create conceptual frameworks of our research. First, we have to understand logical framework. That is why we as researchers to be able to read and understand the research of previous research, which will be the foundations of our own research. On the undergraduate level, our thesis is mainly as a research practice. And in magister level, our research will be much better in terms of research methods or research theory, maybe. At the doctorate level, our research have to be in the level of building a theory. In this matter, novelty and research contribution becomes very important. Regarding economics theory, economics is divided into two major branches. Both of those branches deal with determinations of prices, incomes, and the use of resources. Microeconomics is the study of broad aggregates such as total employment and national income. And then microeconomics is the study of economic actions of individual and well-defined groups of individuals. The goals of microeconomics theories generally are the determinations of national income, aggregates resources employment, and aggregates prices indices, with only secondary emphasis placed upon the interrelationship among the components of the various aggregates. While in microeconomics theories, the determinations of income of individual is encompassed within the general pricing process. Individual earns their incomes by selling factors of production, so that's the pricing process appears. In terms of the business theory consists of management and accounting theories, and both of them includes in microeconomics. The following are some examples of microeconomics. Theory of the firm of agency theory by Jensen and McLean, and then efficient market hypothesis by Fama 70. Theory of information contents of earnings by Ball and Brown. Positive accounting theory by Watts and Zimmerman. And then also in management we have theory of capital asset pricing model. Next, about financial accounting theory. The exchange rates of foreign currency. Accounting for foreign currency consists of translation and transaction according Belkawi. In the parts translation foreign exchange currency for multinational companies was regulated in the Statement of Financial Accounting Standards number 8, and it was replaced by number 72 by FASB in USA. The effect of changes in exchange rate gains on leases currency regulated by Indonesian Financial Standard number 10. Annually adjusted of Indonesian Financial Standard number 10 was issued in 2040. About research, economic research is first to present a general equilibrium view of the microeconomic, which we analyze supply and demand in several aggregate markets, impose equilibrium conditions that supply equal demands at the equilibrium price, and then study interrelationship among the sectors as policy variable change. Second, it is to develop two aggregates microeconomic function from basic microeconomic principles. And the last, it is the juxtaposed verbal or literary, graphical, and algebraic discussion of the material. The purpose of economic research is to explain and to predict. And types of the research consist of two, namely basic research and applied research. Basic research is a research enhanced understanding certain problem that commonly occur in a conventional setting and to seek method to solve the problem. Applied research is research done with the intention of applying the research of the finding to solve specific problem currently being experienced in the organization. The primary purpose of conducting basic research is to generate more knowledge and understandings of the phenomena of interest and to build theories based on the research result. For example, university professor engages the basic research in the effort to understand and generate more knowledge about various aspects of business. The purpose of applied research is to solve a current problem faced by the manager in the work setting, demanding a timely solution. For example, a particular product may not be sold well, and the manager might want to find the reasons for this in order to take corrective action. Scientific research methods. There are 6 important points of scientific research methods, namely direct observation on phenomena, variable method, and clear defined research procedure, the formulated hypothesis was tested empirically, competing or rival hypothesis, statistically conclusion, justifiably, and self-correcting process. About the innovation for exchange rate variable can be seen in 2 different points of view, namely point of view in economic, macroeconomic, and point of view in business, microeconomics. Accounting for foreign currency translation is dominant in USA compared to Indonesia since it regulates multinational company. Foreign currency transactions are dominant in Indonesia compared to USA since it regulates Indonesian companies that carry out buying and selling transaction or borrowing with entitles abroad. Foreign currency transaction gains or losses are measured by using annual data and total transaction gains or losses. We can see the expertise of a researcher from his or her roadmap. For example, the following roadmap on my research team. The first one, the effects of reporting of exchange rate losses on stock market reaction. The second one, transaction gains or losses as one of factors affecting ERC, earning response coefficients. This was my dissertation published in 2001. And the themes of our in-progress research is cross-quantile dependency of exchange rate inflation and coal price in Indonesia. The future research can investigate the relationship exchange rate and others. Yeah, for example, inflation and others. In this roadmap, we can see our past, now, and future research. In terms of exchange rate of foreign currency, we can combine the economic and accounting variables. For example, exchange rates of foreign currency translation entitled The Effects of Reporting Exchange Rate Losses on Stock Market Reaction. The study investigates the effects of reporting of exchange rate losses on stock price. The results stated that the effects of reporting of exchange rate losses on stock prices is statistically significant. It means that investors respond on the firms reporting exchange rate losses. Exchange rate of foreign currency transaction, we have the study about with the title Transaction Gains or Losses as one of factors affecting ERC. The study investigates the effects of transaction gains or losses on ERC and how investors respond differently to three accounting methods of transaction gains and losses. The results stated that the effects of transaction gains or losses on ERC is statistically significant and investors respond indifferently. The firms recognize different methods of transaction gains and losses. We investigate how investors respond differently of three accounting methods of the transaction gains on losses. And we compare three methods of the transaction gains and losses. Our finding provides the important policy implications to the Capital Market Supervisory Agency of Indonesians. Now it is called Financial Services Authority. Exchange rates as economic variables. We have a study about exchange rates with the title Cross-Quantile Dependency of Exchange Rate and Coal Price in Indonesia. The study investigates the dependency of exchange rates, the coal price, and vice versa. We measure the dynamic connectedness of exchange rates with prominent export items such as coal price. The results stated that exchange rates substantially respond to coal price. The degree of connectedness between exchange rate and coal price is profound at the higher quantile in the long run horizon, while it dissipates is the short run. Our findings provide the important policy implication to the Energy and Monetary Authority in Indonesia. I intentionally do not explain in the detail of its slides because this research is still in progress being published in the high quality journal. By the way, I have learned a lot from my mentor, Kasih Sohag from your Federal University Russia. About novelty in the methodology, our research about cross-quantile dependency of exchange rate and coal price in Indonesia, what is the novelty? Our study contributes to the literature in three following ways. The first one, to the best our knowledge, we are the first to study the dependency among exchange rate and coal price using cross-quantilogram approach. We use sophisticated methods with time series analysis. The second one, this new methodology could be an important contribution to explain how those markets are interconnected. Third, we present an initial attempt of rigorous study on exchange rate using daily data and analysis the effect on coal price. For closing, I would like to state two things. That is sustainable and innovation. Sustainables, which one variable, the exchange rates of foreign currency, we can create variety studies, both in economic and business innovation. And then in innovations, development and extensions of research model for exchange rate variable, it can give contribution to stakeholder. We can combine exchange rate and other variables not only from economic and business point of view, but also from others. For example, psychology. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Grahita, for the inspiring presentation. Now we move to the chat box. So there is several questions. For example, the first one is from Mr. Alit Mertayase. Dear Professor Grahita, thanks for your sharing the new method in financial research. Could you please explore a little bit about the novelty of the cross-quantile method? Thank you. God bless you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bukade. Thank you, Mr. Alit. I think I can tell many about the quantilograms approach because it's something new for me and for many people, I think, because quantilogram, cross quantilogram, I just learned from my mentor, and quantilogram method recently developed by Han in 2016. I think it's something new for me and for many people. And quantilograms is a model-free approach to analyze correlation across quantile between time series variables. And then in this technique, based on quantile head and not dependent on moment conditions. Eventually, this method allows to analyze direction, duration, and magnitudes of dependency among variables, as well as time series analysis with heavy tails. I think I just learned because I know about quantile regression, but about cross quantilograms, it's something new for me, and I think for many people, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Grahita. And we have learned more, particularly new. We have learned about the new method from your research. Now, as a token of gratitude, please allow us to present the certificate of appreciation to you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. If there is no question left, I would like to end the session by applauding all three speakers for giving their time and knowledge to us. I'm sure we have learned so much in this part hour, and hopefully we can meet again in the future meeting and conference. And then, for participants and the three keynote speakers, please on your camera because we have taking a picture. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please on your camera for the participant and for the three keynote speakers. Okay, finished. Thank you. Thank you for all participants. Also, I would like to inform for the parallel session to move to the breakout room after this. Thank you. Okay. Hello everybody, welcome back to this meeting. Before closing ceremony, I would like to say thank you for all your participants and who attend this conference and all the keynote speaker for your time and knowledge for us. Besides, I would like to inform to the presenter that the committee member will inform about your paper. Now we follow the closing speech by Professor Grahita, the Director of Graduate School of Merdeka University. For Professor Dr. Grahita, the time is yours.
Honorable Rectors of University of Merdeka Malang, all respected Vice Rectors of University of Merdeka Malang, Honorable Chairmen of University of Merdeka Malang Foundation, all respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Let me begin my speech by saying Alhamdulillah, all praises and thanks to the Almighty God that we finally come to the end of this two-day international conference which is done online. It is a great pleasure for me to say a few words at this closing ceremony, and I would like to express my warm thanks first to all the keynote speakers, to Professor Suprapto from 10 November Institute of Technology Surabaya, and he also as chairman of LLDT Wilayah 7 Indonesia, Professor Norma Omar from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Professor Syed Hasan Al-Saghof from Islamic Development Bank, Singapore, Professor Serkam Dilex from Kastamonu University, Turkey, Professor Takasi Yasuno from Tokushima University, Japan, Professor Eko Prasojo from University of Indonesia, and Associate Professor Kasih Sohak from Ural Federal University, Russia. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise and knowledge. Second, to all the presenters and participants of parallel sessions, thank you for your participating. Hope you got valuable experience and knowledge from this international conference. Next, to all the committee who had worked hard and all who had given their supports and contributions to this conference. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. See you next year in the next international conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prof. Grahita for the closing ceremony. So thank you again everyone. See you in the next meeting. God bless you and have a great day. Bye-bye.